Mic check, one,
Check,
two.
check, check, check. Hello. Check. Check, check, check. Whoops, it's,
Oh.
wait, let me just make sure. Wait, why does it keep, oh, that's funny. Usually bounces back and forth. I think that's off.
Well, because I set it to
Oops. Oh,
zero.
there you go.
Thanks, Jared. My instincts were the same, but I didn't want to be the guy that's.
Good morning, San Miguel County. This is a regular meeting of your Board of County Commissioners. It is Wednesday, February 5th, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. I am calling this meeting to order. Present in the room are all three commissioners as well as a number of staff. I will begin this meeting with a moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. Thank you. Silent except for the coffee maker, for which I am grateful. Thank you. We will begin with the review of the agenda. Does anybody have anything to change or add?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Gleason?
No. I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you. I don't know that we have to do that, do we?
You don't have to unless you modify it.
Unless we modified it. Okay, I do have a couple of modifications. The first, thank you, though, Commissioner Gleason, I'll come back to you. Under the consent agenda, item E, it currently reads consideration of the chair's signature on an updated hourly fee contract for outside counsel with Lane Thomason for county litigation. That should read approval of the chair's signature, as the other items do.
Good catch.
And the other thing that I wanted to mention is that today I will be making a state of the county address. And for anyone who's interested, since it's not noted on the agenda, that will happen during item 12, which is commissioner updates. So those are the only things, and really, I guess the only true amendment is item 6E.
There a motion to approve that revised slate revision in the agenda?
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
I as well. The motion passes. All right, we are now going to open public comment for items not on the agenda. Please limit comments to 3 minutes. If comments are not related to an item on the agenda, there will be no board response or action taken since the topic was not posted with proper notice, and any comment could potentially violate the Colorado Open Meetings Law. Is there anybody who would like to make some public comment? We have no public in the room at this time, so I am looking online. If you would like to raise your hand, you're online, please do so. I don't think I have anybody on the phone, but if you want to raise your hand, that is *9 on your phone touchpad. Okay, it appears there is no public comment at this time for items not on the agenda, so I will close the public comment. We are moving on now to item 6, the consent agenda with that small change that we noted. Do I have any discussion or questions about the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda with the change in item E.
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well, the motion passes. We are moving now on to item 7, administrative matters. Item 7A is consideration of a request for a memorandum of understanding for financial support for the youth hangout regarding the town of Telluride that will be in the town of Telluride. Mike Borgonia is here to speak, as well as I imagine Zoe Donnell, town of Telluride manager, is online. Do we see Zoe?
She is.
Hi, everyone.
Morning, Zoe, and thanks, commissioners. So I just wanted to bring this up because I believe it's going to be discussed at the upcoming intergovernmental meeting. And I know when we were working. No, is that not the case, Zoe?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay, so thus my confusion. But the town had proposed back in 2024, the youth hangout space over across from the post office. And at that time, it was discussed that the towns of Telluride, Mount Village, and the county would have a 3-way split on capital items. We had budgeted for that last year and this year, and when I saw the draft MOU, I wanted to just bring it back to our attention that we had agreed for 2024 and 2025 to do an equal capital split, and then from the meeting minutes in June of last year, we had discussed
Excuse me.
evaluating the usage of the shed to inform a proportional contribution for 2026. Obviously, all these are subject to annual appropriations. We have not entered into a multi-year funding agreement yet, and that is the intent behind the MOU. And Zoe, with that major faux pas of mine, thinking that we were going to be discussing this, and that's why I had the sense of urgency to get this in front of our board before we were all potentially talking about it, but now that's not the case. So Rick, you might be able to give, you or Ryan McGovern from the town might be able to give a little update on where we stand with the tenant finishes. I know that it was expected to be completed by now and there were some delays. But what phase are we at and what can we look forward to?
Yeah, and I'll let Ryan speak to that. I'll just take a step back just so there's clarity on where we are in the process. And I know, Mike, you have a good timeline now in your email, but we are coming together to review the draft intergovernmental agreement with CTC. And CTC is the one that is going to be operating the youth hangout, which we are calling the shed. So they are bringing forward an IGA, just so we are all aligned on this commitment that we are making together. We're going to have an internal review of that document with all parties at the table coming up here next week, and then hope to come to the respective boards with this aligned draft for review, and then hopefully approval here in March of some time. When it comes to the capital aspect, that is something that the town of Telluride is taking the lead on, unlike the operations, which is CTC. And Ryan, I see you have unmuted and shown your screen. So if you want to give an update on where we are from the capital perspective and the infrastructure, I'm sure everyone would love to hear it. So thank you.
Yes. So we had to separate out the shed from the larger Voodoo project in terms of building permit. We also really saw some inefficiencies with completing a full white box commercial space and then having to retailer that for the shed. And there was definitely a lot of potential savings to be had. So so in reapplying for park and building permits, also discovered some other items, resulting in us getting our building permit on January 6th. Shaw resumed white box construction on January 13th. They're currently scheduled to be completed on March 4th. We have final tenant finish contractors. We have 3 people giving us bids on that due to tomorrow at 5 o'clock. And we will be choosing a tenant finish contractor and expect those rough timelines to be completed around the end of April and turning it over to CTC for programming. And happy to answer any questions you guys have.
I think one of the questions that when I first got the draft MOU was a bit of a surprise that of the ongoing capital improvements that we're at. And I know that those amounts are still being determined, but what is the remaining capital improvements?
So we haven't, when you say remaining from 2024 into 2025, is that I'm just trying to get clarity in your question.
We had an amount identified for capital and then the operations.
So up until this point, the town has taken on all of the design expenses and again, expenses associated with the white box finish, which we had committed to before this project. So as Ryan is getting the bids for that tenant improvement, and that's what we had always been discussing, that is what's going to be commencing or getting those bids back here this week. So in terms of anything as a joint contribution, we have not commenced any of that yet for the tenant improvement section. Up until this point, it's been on the town to do that investment. Does that answer your question, Mike?
I believe so. I'm just looking through here. I know that I was also curious about what duration or how long into the future is, because I saw Mountain Village's information in here kind of speaks to a 5-year.
So I think it'll be helpful when we have our internal discussion, Mike, to kind of align a little bit further on the IGA and what Mountain Village's intentions are. This will be a one-time, from a capital improvements construction period. We will only be doing a construction for the period it takes to do the tenant improvements, which was such a small space. I do not, and as Ryan said, it should be done by end of April. So there is no additional capital investment after the completion of the tenant improvements.
And I apologize because I'm guessing we could all be discussing this, but it was the $70,000 that was referred to in item 3A of the draft MOU.
Yep, and I think after, as we discussed, we are still in the phase of finalizing those numbers as Ryan is waiting to get those bids back. As we all know, construction has been more complicated than we wanted to be in the last couple of years. So our intentions when we first came to the respective boards was to get this done efficiently and not have to go out to bid. But that just wasn't the case in the situation. So we have adapted and we appreciate everyone's adaptation as we work toward this critical infrastructure for our youth. But I don't think we have final numbers to discuss with the board at this time, but look forward to after we meet collectively internally and come back later in February or early March.
Very good.
Zoe, can I jump in with a personal comment that may be a little unpopular, but I feel compelled to say it? I know that this is an important part of infrastructure, and I'm not sure if it's critical. We've managed to limp along without it, but I think it's important. So with that said, I also know that from the county's perspective, we're responsible for not just the East End, but the entire county. And when we initially agreed to be partners, we ended up, I believe, at a third split with both the towns, and that felt okay. But I'm starting to be more firm in my conviction that this isn't necessarily going to benefit the entire county as much as it is the kids mostly in the East End. I acknowledge that there will be children from Norwood that may be in town and may benefit from it, and that's great. And I want to pay our fair share. But I think the emphasis should be on fair, and that a third split may not be amenable, at least to me. And the other concern I have, and this is something that comes up occasionally when we're talking about partnerships, is, as you know, your budget for Telluride, Town of, and Mountain Village is exponentially larger than our total budget. And that's another factor that I'll have to weigh when we do get to the numbers. So I'm just preparing you, I hope, for that conversation internally with the other managers so that you can put that under your black thinking cap. And
Well, we did move forward with the project with the understanding of the third split. And that was a very important piece of us kind of getting to this point. But if we reopen that conversation and it kind of changes the viability of the project, I think we can kind of come to that when we have more details for you to share here later this month.
excellent. And I know that we're both trying to be delicate with each other. I'm not intending to be rude, but I will say that I recall that conversation about the initial third split, that I did express similar reluctance and was willing to go along, but I'm beginning to feel a little more strongly. So I wanted to share that with you for your own thinking. Thank you.
And Melanie has her hand up.
Just 1 second. Commissioner Gleason, do you have any questions or comments at this time?
No, other than I just being new to the board here and getting up to speed on this and representing District 3, I really echo what Lance is saying. And I feel that it's important to think about the youth as a whole in our county. And I look forward to more discussions on this and understanding the scope of the MOU. But I would like to bring that point forth to everyone at the table and thinking about how to make these investments equitable.
Thank you. Melanie Wasserman from Tri-County Health. Would you like to unmute yourself? There you have. Hi. Morning.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Yeah, I just wanted to speak a little bit to what Lance just brought up because I think it's a good point. And just a couple pieces of information thought I would throw into the mix that maybe will alleviate some of that feeling, and maybe it won't. But part of our partnership as Tri-County and Communities That Care is that we are going to continue to seek other funding to support this. And so right now we have a couple of really great irons in the fire, nothing promised, but some substantial grant funding prospects out there that have already been submitted and that we're waiting on. So our hope is that as a partner with the intergovernmental group is that we'll be able to bring in more funding that will support this and maybe free up some of the funding that you're committing further into the year or even next year for projects that could be out in the West End as well. Another thing that I wanted to mention is as part of the way that we're envisioning doing this, we're talking to other youth serving organizations that will take on programming at the shed one day a week or 2 days a month or something like that. One of those organizations is True North. And I just have to, give them a huge shout out because they are doing a lot of work out in Norwood and in the West End. So I think that there will be a real connection and tie-in between the shed and some of the work that's already being done out in the West End of the county. Thank you.
Terrific. Lance, did you have something else to share?
Thanks, Melanie. That reminder about True North is great. The possibility of grants is also exciting. As you probably know, the county does contribute to funding True North, and like you, I'm really impressed with the work they do, especially in the West End. If we do get to that style of combined programming, and True North is one of the partners in that, it would be really useful, I think, to have some data about which kids are coming from where, and that would help inform all of our decision making in the future.
That is part of my
Absolutely.
meeting for that data collection piece.
I'm sorry, Zoe, I missed that. Can you repeat it, please?
There is a section as part of the IGA for a data collection requirement as part of those expectations.
Thank you.
Great.
Yeah, and without going into detail, some of the grants that we're looking into that are fairly significant also have that data collection requirement. So I think without a doubt, that'll be part of what we're gathering.
Perfect. Thank you.
That's great. So I just have a few comments myself. First of all, I would really like to thank the town of Telluride for taking the lead on this. This is something that's been percolating in the community for years, if not decades. And I don't think there's any teenager who wouldn't love to have a facility like this. I remember feeling that way myself, and we didn't have that opportunity. So I'm really excited for this community asset, and also appreciate that the town of Telluride is contributing the bulk of the money. I can't remember the numbers exactly, but to the capital improvements, and pleased that we did agree to contribute to those as well. At the same time, I do recall conversations before, as Commissioner Waring does, about our concerns about contributing at the same level as the town of Telluride and town of Mountain Village. Not only do I have concerns about not being equity with the West End, but even down Valley kids. I raised my children down Valley, and they did not do a lot of hanging out in town after school. I mean, they had their activities, and then they ended up at home. And so I think that we need to acknowledge, or at which we will validate through the data, that this is going to be used, the vast majority by town of Telluride and perhaps Mountain Village kids, and less so people that we have also to consider. So Zoe, I really hope that you were exaggerating when you said that our 1/3 contribution compromise, or lack of there, compromises the viability of the project. I kind of find that hard to believe. And I'm sorry that that has been your expectation when that was not necessarily our thinking going into this. So I appreciate that you're here, and we'll just keep this dialogue going. I have not actually read the MOU myself. It wasn't on the.
It's not out of place. We'll bring it forward. It's an IGA from, again, we're helping facilitate, the town of Telluride is helping facilitate, but we're very grateful for CTC more than anything as the leader in this. And I think we just heard a lot of great points of really helping educate the community of what this use could look like. I also live down Valley and have children, and thanks to SMART and so much different transportation system, I know we do spend a little bit different time here in town than maybe in the past, because we have better transportation to our other aspects of the community. So I know things are shifting, and we can definitely bring more of that value in the conversation. I know Melanie and her team did a very similar thing for the town of Mountain Village. And so we look forward to bringing that conversation forward and continuing it. So thank you.
Commissioners, we had considered the 24 request in June, the June 26th regular meeting. And so there is the email correspondence of what was requested at that time and what the county agreed to at that time. We agreed to the 2024 amount, and then there was a request in there as well for 2025. And then it refers that we will be entering into an agreement with CTC as we get into 25. So it's kind of catching up, but the amounts are a little bit different in this. And as Zoe said, we don't want to share the draft MOU until we have finalized revised numbers to make sure they're accurate. I was just getting a little bit concerned when I first saw the draft MOU that those amounts that were in the draft MOU or in this Google Doc one were a little bit higher than what we have budgeted for.
Okay.
So we'll bring that to you, and then if you we'll have that discussion when it's ready.
Okay. One last thing I had wanted to say is how pleased I am that CTC is going to be running a lot of the programming there. I have had quite a bit of interaction with that team, and they are terrific. And I think that is a terrific arrangement that we're all making. So thank you, Melanie and Ryan, and who am I missing? Your whole CTC team. Yeah, thanks very much. Okay, are we ready to move on? All right, great. We are now, oops, Commissioner Ware. Okay, Commissioner Gleason, not Ware. Okay, great. We are now moving on right on time to item 7B, consideration to approve a proposal to obligate the 2022 and 2023 Title III funds. And we have our Finance Director, Ramona Rummel, here on Zoom. Nice to see you, Ramona.
Good morning, thank you. So this is a request to the commissioners to approve a proposal to obligate the Title III funds that we've received for federal fiscal year 22 and 23. And the process involves approving the proposal, which then will kick off a public comment period for 45 days. And then we will evaluate the comments from the public comment period and come back to you for a resolution, which essentially obligates the funds to be spent. Through the budget process for 2025, we had talked about using these Title III funds, if this process is successful, as part of the professional services agreement with the West Region Wildfire Council as part of their request to kind of offset some of that funding requirement. So this is a formality. These funds have to be obligated by September of 2026, and otherwise we have to return them to the federal government. So this is a process that we're recommending that we do now, so we can offset that contract for 2025. Also, we could have done this last year, but the funding, we want to get the bigger bang for our buck, if you will. And so we've just paused on that obligation process in 2024. And now the numbers before you, the 7,456.85 is a combination of the 22 and 23 funding. So that's the proposal before you. Historically, we have used this funding for the West Region Wildfire Council and their work. If you recall, Lance, probably Lance, in previous years, we just did a transfer to the West Region Wildfire Council before they did the professional services agreement. So that look has kind of changed as far as their ask, but we chose to, in 2025, offset that request with these funding dollars.
Hey, I have two questions, Ramona. I don't want to spend too much time on this since it's a relatively moderate amount of money, but could you just, for the public, explain briefly what Title III funding is?
Title III funding, it comes from the federal government. It's federal forest dollars that are designated and restricted for the uses as set forth in your memo. Title I monies are also from the federal forest. That is the monies that we distribute to the schools. And Mike and Jared, you can help me out if I'm not saying everything completely, but it's federal forest dollars that come in this form to be used for the purposes set forth.
Perfect. Thank you, Mike.
So real briefly, there's two federal funding sources that come as a result of the percentage of national forest lands in your jurisdiction. Payment in lieu of taxes, or PILT, which is our larger bucket of funding. And and then secure rural schools funding. Before 2008, it used to be one or the other, or they weren't very consistent. When Ken Salazar became the head of the Department of Interior, he lobbied successfully for full funding of PILT to all counties generally in the West. But they also enacted an interplay whereupon if you keep your secure rural schools funding, it counts against you in your future PILT payments as a dollar for dollar reduction. So it made previously where most counties had been keeping their SRS funds and only putting forward the minimum 5% required to go to schools, which is crazy considering the name of it.
Yeah.
That it was like a fight between the schools and the counties. With the full funding PILT, we don't know if PILT will always be reauthorized, but we've elected to give all of the Title I money, which is 85% of it, to the school districts. And I believe that's given to Norwood and Telluride school districts proportionately. And then the 15% that is held back is for forest, wildfire fighting, and that's the action that you're being asked to take today is to allocate those funds. And with our contract with West Regional Wildfire Council, whereupon we're spending, I think it was last year it was 78,000, this year's 84,000. This will just reduce a little bit of the bill, but we would have to spend this funding on similar programs, and since they are a proven entity and we're already contracted with them for support, it makes sense to use this money, which is otherwise restricted we can't use it for other purposes unless we want to give it back to the federal government for its intended purpose of forest health.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
No, thank you. That really clarified some of my questions, the differentiation of the school funding.
I do suspect in the future, we may see a reduction in one or the other. My hope is that it's not a reduction in PILT because that is our 1.4 million approximately versus secure rural schools, which is much less, closer to 200,000.
Yeah, and I think it's notable additionally for the commissioner's sake. The PILT dollars are unrestricted, right? They are similar to property taxes. So we want that flexibility from the federal government. It's not to say that these programs aren't good and we don't want to keep them engaged as well. It's just a matter of when we're talking about preferences, our PILT dollars usually come first in our federal program kind of list. So.
Commissioner Waring?
I move to approve a proposal to obligate the 2022 and 2023 Title III funds and authorize the chair's signature on any documents necessary.
I second that motion.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion passes. Thank you, Ramona. Again, really nice to see you.
Thank you, and I'll have a good day.
You too. Okay, we are now moving on to planning matters, item 8A, which is a public hearing. That is scheduled for 10:05 and it is 10 o'clock. Are we able to move that up or do we need to wait since it's a public hearing? Anybody have advice for me on that?
We need to wait.
We need to wait. Okay. So let us see what else we can cover in 5 minutes. Does anybody have anything they think they can cover in 5 minutes? I could read the state of the county address.
Since you mentioned earlier on.
That I was gonna do it later.
Yeah,
That's
for
fair.
those that are interested in hearing that, they probably want
It's gonna be a showstopper, let me tell
It
you.
will be.
Yeah. Does, do we have any manager matters or affordable housing update that we could cover in a couple minutes? Or should we just take a breath?
I've got just a really brief affordable housing update.
Let's do it.
If I think it would take that or less. So just a couple of items that we've been doing. We've been continuing our work with Pathfinder wastewater flow data. We ran into a couple extra hiccups when we were about to submit to the state. And with we are designing a little bit of commercial space there, not a gas station, not fuel management in any way, but a small corner store of some sort. And that changed our calculations. When we kind of said that to our consultants, they said, hold the phone. And so we had to talk about that, do some more math on those wastewater calcs. And I think those are slated to be signed and sent even later this week. So getting that sewer, again, the sewer is a long lead item, getting permits, designing, just to even design what we are going to need for that location. So that was really the update I had on Pathfinder. The other one was that Mike and I Wednesday, we went out and walked the site next to the sheriff's office. We were pleasantly surprised that our neighbor Lance Erskine came in and talked to us as well. He is the one who has plowed the road in, and we were talking with him about where we can attain our access to our parcel, at least for sake of getting truck access for people to move in and out, us to have some minor access. He gave us some preliminary plans. We did have Jim Kehoe with us at that meeting. So with that, we kind of trudged around in the snow, took a really good look at the 2 benches where we believe we can maybe do some parking, and then the units that we will have up to 2,500 square foot. And so we did tell Jim, kind of draw in the road onto the existing plans based on our conversation with Mr. Erskine, and put the boxes on for our preliminary review. So it was really productive. It was really great to see, because prior to that, we'd been kind of bushwhacking, and now with the work that has taken place, it's a lot easier to see where we are going to be able to build. And so those were a couple of items that I felt at least notable, worth mentioning. You know, we're making progress there, and we do intend to have some formal paperwork filed on that project by the end of February. So,
And what would that paperwork be?
so we will, similar to what you saw, I think 2 meetings ago, as a board, there was a vacation of a lot line application that, and we will have to do something that mimics that same process for that parcel. And that will include a conversation. Mike and I did have a brief conversation with a representative of the Ilium HOA about that project. And they were concerned a little bit that we were going to build a whole bunch of housing. And when we explained we're doing it within our allotted allowances, both for water and sewer on the site, they were resolved to say, oh, this isn't a significant amendment. And in fact, we'll be doing a minor, or what is it? Not a minor amendment. It's not an insubstantial PUD amendment in order to affect this. So, and that's what we'll be moving to file later this month.
And that's really the lot line vacation.
Yeah, the lot line vacation, and you have to move your density units around in the PUD matrix.
But again, it's just moving, not adding.
Right.
Thank you for clarifying that. I think you may have one other big thing to talk about, which is the job opening we have related to affordable housing.
We did open the housing specialist job on the 22nd of January. Our first review of applications is going to be February 10th. So next week. That we figured 3 weeks is a good amount of time for people to mull that over and put their resumes in. It will remain open until filled, but we do intend to review applications next week. I know we've gotten a couple to date, and I'm hoping with that target date of the 10th, I expect a few more will pour in over the next week, and Mike and I will initiate some review on that.
That was from our Prop $123.
Yes, that's terrific. Okay. Thank you very much. Jared, any questions for Jared, commissioners, related to affordable housing? Okay. We are now at 10:06, and we are at item 8A on the agenda, planning matters. This is a public hearing for consideration of land use code amendment to amend section 5-502 DD driveways, and then to add section 5-713 excavation, and grading. So the way our public hearings work is we will first have a presentation from staff. We will skip the presentation of the applicant since there is no applicant involved. We will have commissioner questions for staff and possibly other staff questions. Once we are done with our conversation in that regard, we will open the public hearing. At that point, anybody from the public, whether present or online, will have 4 minutes to make their public comment, and I'll go over a few more details of that when we open the public comment. We will then close the public comment. We will have commissioner discussion and possibly a motion and approval. Did I get that right? All right, good deal. Yes, Kay, hello.
I just want to note that when this was before the Planning Commission, first in a work session and then for their recommendation, Commissioner Gleason was a member of the Planning Commission at that time. She did recuse herself from motions and votes on this, but as a legislative action, it does not create a conflict. So she is fully able to participate today.
So she's not double dipping, is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, great. That was a smart move.
Thanks for that clarification.
Okay, I think I will turn this over to John Huebner, our senior planner.
Thank you very much, commissioners. The purpose of this public hearing is to inform the Board of Commissioners and the public regarding this proposed amendment. The packet materials include the public hearing record, the staff memo, draft amendment, public hearings notice, and referral agency comments. And I just before starting, just wanted to let you know that we surveyed other jurisdictions that have excavation and grading comments. And we also included comments and meetings with one of our county engineers, Greg Anderson, Alpine Land Consulting, and that was really valuable in establishing a benchmark and looking to see what other people are doing, and it really informed our discussion and our deliberations on what to present to you. So appreciate all those outside folks. Questions that have often arisen over the need or where can site grading occur, and if we need a permit for it. Certain permits, such as a driveway permit, a development permit for new construction, or a wetlands permit, may encompass grading impacts. There have been cases of significant site alterations without permit requirements, which have led to code enforcement actions and regarding erosion and sedimentation. And this often what we have learned is we want to present or prevent those cases of significant site alterations without a permit. We want to minimize any enforcement actions that might be required because of them. And we also have a need for grading plans or driveway plans to be prepared by an engineer, and this proposed amendment will take care of that. The proposed grading amendment or excavation and grading creates a new land use code section 5-713. Grading standards will apply to all grading activity on a site and to all projects with grading, whether a grading permit is required or not. The cutoff or the point at which a grading permit will be required is if a project has more than 50 cubic yards of excavation and fill not associated with the construction of a building or structure, and would also include ponds that are 24 inches or deeper. Considerations for permits will include the amount of total soil movement area, which is cut and fill. And unfortunately, this presentation has some terms that we might not be familiar with, and cut and fill is when you basically put a spade in the ground, dig up soil, and then the fill could be the amount that you pull up from your spade and place it at a different portion on the property. We're also concerned with slopes of grades and geohazards on a site. The proposed amendment also contains requirements for stormwater management, revegetation, and weed control. Areas that have larger disturbances, those that also contain steep slopes, taller cuts, or sites in geohazard areas will require preparations of plans by a Colorado licensed engineer. However, normal grading activity associated with agriculture, water wells, on-site wastewater treatment systems, utilities, foundations, trail or road construction by governmental entities, and right-of-way maintenance and construction with a valid road and bridge permit would be exempt from these regulations. And once we've received an application, these will be deliberated by county staff, planning staff, and will be an administrative review process. Each application has requirements for the materials that will need to be submitted. We have a location map, which will include roads, improvements on the property, just to help staff identify and learn about the property. Site plan will include the grading extent, and also are very concerned about revegetation and weed control. And in fact, we're implementing that areas with greater than 1 acre of cumulative acre of grading will require bonding for the landscaping and revegetation of that site. Grading calculations are an important part of this amendment. We need to identify the total movement of cut plus fill, which will measure in cubic yards. And we will utilize what's called a double counting method, which means like if you take a spade of dirt in one location, and we'll call it 1 cubic yard, and you place that fill elsewhere on the property, that will count as 2 cubic yards. And it's really to help us identify the total grading and fill impact on a property rather than just counting at one time. And if we are having issues with a certain project that if they aren't required to use an engineer for this project, we may require them to verify their earthwork volumes. We're not civil engineers on site, but we do have them on our Rolodex and who we can call in for assistance. Engineering requirements are for projects that exceed 1,000 cubic yards. And just for reference, a cubic yard is equivalent to 27 cubic feet. 1 cubic yard of pea gravel will cover an 18 square yards, 2 inches thick. And a full-size dump truck generally can carry between 10 and 14 cubic yards of dirt. So 1,000 cubic yards is a fairly large project, and that's where engineering would be required. We also we have some more requirements for engineering if you have cuts greater than 3 feet into the soil. If you're generating a cut slope greater than 5 feet, or if your cut slope is greater than 3 to 1. And that is a horizontal measurement over gradient, and it's harken back to, I think it was our geometry classes where we learned about slope, or algebra learning about slope. Or if the project has retaining walls greater than 4 feet, that is also in the building code that requires engineering. And safety is paramount, so if geohazards are present, we would also require engineering. At the completion of a project with engineering, we would require a record letter, which is required to be sealed by the intern or by the engineer. And that's basically to say that all representations and that the project was done as was submitted to the planning staff. Additional provisions with the grading amendment. We want their plans and their actual projects to blend with the natural landscape. We want to protect surrounding vegetation, so it's not so difficult to re-veg and control for weeds. Most of you are aware of projects that right when you disturb the soil, weeds are gonna immediately impact that project site if they aren't dealt with adequately. Slopes are required to be less than 2.5 to 1, and those should require a retaining structure. Erosion controls should use best management practices and revegetation of the site. An important one that was brought up by the Road and Bridge Director, we want to minimize changes in historic stormwater flow and surface runoff on a project. We want to make sure that that is occurring in the same point on the project before the project began. We also will require engineered drainage studies for mixed use and commercial projects. The setback for grading features shall be at least 5 feet from the property line. And review by county road and bridge is required if it's adjacent to a county roadway. And there are different permits that are required for most construction projects. Access permits if we're connecting to a county road. This would also gives the road and bridge director a chance to weigh in to make sure that county roads are protected, and that's an important feature of these regulations. And finally, not every project or every project that requires engineering is equal. We have projects that are flatter in nature, although projects that are larger in nature generally are increasing complexity, but not all of them do. And so the planning director can weigh any of the submittal materials that are required if we feel it's prudent. And finally, this also isn't just about grading projects, it's also about identifying when engineering is required on driveways. It's a hot topic in the planning department of when do we need a more robust submittal by the applicant, and this gives us the tools to do that. Also, countywide driveway standards are reviewed countywide rather than just applying in the Telluride Fire Protection District. However, they will not apply in the Weston Zone District, which is similar to our requirement for building permits, and nor would it apply in the high country area zones, since they already have driveway standards within that section of the code. Driveway standards must meet the minimum specifications in the new grading section. Slopes that are greater than 2.5 to 1 also must meet emergency access provision and minimum width requirements, which is standard for driveways at this point anyway. Engineering is required. Driveways have a 6% grade or higher. Transitional grades 8% or higher, or if they're longer than 500 feet. At the completion of the driveway project requiring engineering, a record letter similar to grading would be required. And we received a late comment yesterday from a gentleman, Brad Johnson, who owns property in the Norwood area, and he raised concerns about, what if I have a driveway that's 501 foot? Am I going to have to get this engineered? And our response would be, well, why don't you get a 499 foot driveway and meet the standards? But we understand that not all projects are equal, even ones that are greater than 500 feet. There may be extenuating circumstances of why they do not need engineering. This will occur mainly in the Norwood Fire Protection District area, where topography is slightly less than it is here in the Telluride Fire Protection District.
John, is that situation a place where the planning director's discretion might come in?
Yes.
Thank you.
We've relied heavily on our referral agencies for this amendment. The listed agencies were sent copies of the amendments, and the following highlighted ones were responded. That included county manager, who asked, how can staff quantify the cubic yards of materials disturbed at the project? And it would be really difficult for any of us to go on the site where grading has occurred and estimate the scope of the project. Thankfully, we are able to use our engineers if necessary that the county has, and any application that we receive would have to identify the amount of grading or cut and fill for our total movement of soil on a project, prior to us rendering a decision. Ryan Rigetti had questions regarding stormwater and excess hauling permits notification in the land use code, and we're able to accommodate his comments and refined our stormwater provision within the amendment. However, instead of calling out, whether an excess hauling permit, that there are other codes, of the county that call out when those are needed and probably aren't necessary within our grading amendment. And as staff, we, as a matter of course, will notify our applicants, yes, you do need a hauling permit for this project, and that's just as something we do as a matter of course.
John, what I'm hearing you say there is that you're able to convert 3 million pounds into either 1,000 cubic yards or whatever other number is going to be trucked, and you'll be able to alert the owners that that would be a change or an additional permit for hauling if need be.
Generally, we err on the side of caution, and would we require or let them know that it may be a requirement of their permit, even if they're less than what the requirement is, because we want to be a part of protecting the county roads and not causing more damage.
Understood. Thank you.
Matt Gonzalez, a building official, suggested that Colorado licensed professional engineers design plans be required at a lower threshold than what we're recommending. He states that when engineering is required, that a county retained engineer be required to review the designs and do final inspections rather than county staff. And we are trying to meet in a reasonable format or a reasonable split on this. There are certain projects that we believe, not just in the Norwood area, but across countywide, that may not require engineering. Not that we don't want to make our review more complex than it has to be. And it's our opinion that prior to this amendment, we didn't require engineering, for most driveways. We're gonna pick up quite a few that are going to require engineering, especially in this section of the county. But we wanted to leave some interpretation left to county staff to say engineering is not required on this particular staff. Our county engineer who assisted, also Greg Anderson, he recommended that all driveways be require an engineer, and so we're kind of not caught, but we want to be in a place where we have some interpolation, whether a certain projects would not require engineering, and that's what we have proposed to you today. And it's certainly, we're available for discussion on that, but we think we can and have the capacity to, if we need to, at any step of the way, we can call in an engineer to assist us, but we want to leave a little bit of leeway. John Bachroff, Norwood Fire Protection District asked that fire suppression funds be exempted in the amendment. We're happy to include that in the amendment. The project or the amendment was noticed in the Norwood Post and the Telluride Daily Planet on the 17th. I did not get this revised to include Mr. Johnson's comments, and he generally was in support of the amendment, and he just wanted to, or he and I spoke yesterday, and he was heartened to hear he hadn't gotten through all the amendment prior to him talking with me, and I was able to tell him that we have latitude with the county planning director able to limit some of the materials required for applications. And as you probably realize, there are very few standards for land use code amendments other than telling who can bring an amendment to the Board of County Commissioners and Planning Commission. This amendment was initiated by the county planning director, and it is formatted in a style that is consistent with the organizational land use codes format. And just as support, we all often state that land use code amendments are helpful to implement the policies of San Miguel County regarding land use and development, housing growth, and related issues as have been adopted and amended time to time. The Planning Commission met first in a work session and had a robust discussion on what should or shouldn't be included in the amendment. And then we met also on December 12th. And the CPC unanimously recommended adoption of the proposed amendments as presented. They did ask that we let the BOCC know that we have plans to inform the public of the amendment. All code amendments are posted on the website, and social media posts will be made, and a press release may also be issued. It will certainly, all applications that we have received prior to this will occur under the existing amendments, and applications that we received after the resolution is recorded will be met or be reviewed under the new standards. And we included a sample motion within your packet and in the proposed amendment. I do need to identify that in the proposed amendment and in my memo, I accidentally included a section of the code twice. It was section 5-502 DD Roman numeral 4. I included the new section and the old section inadvertently and read it many times, but I was bummed when I saw that. So anyway.
I noticed that as well, John, and it appears twice, and I'm assuming that the first appearance is the revised section, and we will delete the second appearance of section 4.
Correct. So I've revised the resolution for depending on how this is adopted, and it would be ready for the clerk to the board to submit to you in the correct format.
And the sample motion provided in the deck, does that include the suggestion for that or not, or the request for that amendment, or is that something we'll just state?
I guess I was figuring I was presenting it to you that it was inadvertently included and has been taken out. So
Got it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we've updated the resolution, so this motion is to adopt the resolution.
As presented. Okay, thank you. Anything else, John?
Nope, that is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm available for any questions.
Commissioners? Commissioner Gleason?
I'm very familiar with this. So I leave it to you too. I feel that, well, I'll just listen to what you have to say.
Lance?
Thanks, Ann. I have a couple questions, and some of them are based on our expert review. I'll refer to Matt Gonzalez first. If you want to pull up his comments, John or Kay, this might be easier, otherwise I can read them. The ones that I'm curious if we included are number 4, when engineering is required, a separate engineering review should be required by a county retained engineer. Is that something that we did include in this new language?
We did not include that and that was just there's certain jobs that have a complexity that are greater than other ones. And we did not require, we can always call one if we feel that one is needed, or to have them be the review agent, or we have that capability of incorporating that into our review. We often include referral agencies when it is not a requirement of the project. We utilize our county staff, our road and bridge director. And we can also utilize our county engineer as long as they're not the engineer of record on the project.
So my understanding is that an engineer's sign off is required, but that it can be an engineer hired by the property owner. It's not the county doing that. Is that correct?
I think what Matt was asking for is if it is a outside engineer, that we have a county engineer review those plans. What I'm hoping is that if you get a engineer that is reputable and in good standing, that they do good work and that it's their seal. And if the
Correct.
project is poorly designed, they're on the hook. Okay, I'm sorry.
So our practice is that if we have a more complex project that is kind of outside our expertise, we do send it to the appropriate person. And our engineer, sometimes we send things to our county surveyor because they have expertise and knowledge that we don't. That's already in the code. And we already do that. The one thing to note here is that we are asking, when we're asking the applicant to provide engineered drawings, there is an engineer's stamp on that. And then when we ask for the record letter of completion, it is that same engineer saying, yes, this was built as how I designed it. And the reason is that puts the liability on them and their license. It would be very awkward for, and we can still send our engineer out to do inspections if needed, but our county engineers would not be comfortable most likely putting their stamp on saying, yep, this is built exactly right. This is the way it works out there in construction world, is that once there's a project engineer, it's their responsibility to certify that it's been done accordingly. And it works that way with road construction. It works that way with building construction as well.
Thank you, Kay. I think you spoke to Matt's number 5, and I understand what you just said, and it makes sense. So I'm going to ask one more question, and this is related to Mr. Anderson's request for driveways, all driveways to be engineered. And what I heard you say, John, was that not all driveways are equal, and that if there's any doubt that you will call in the engineering stamp, but if it is easy sledding, flat runway, no kinks, that you'll feel confident that you'd be able to, within the planning department, handle that. And that's the latitude that you were speaking of. Am I correct?
That is correct.
And knowing that Mr. Anderson's in the room, I don't want to call you out and start a fight, but I do want to make sure that that logic is sensible to you and that you understand why I may vote against your recommendation and go with the planning department's suggestion. Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
That's it. Appreciate it.
Okay, I was also wanting to make sure that Matt Gonzalez was satisfied, and it sounds like you've had that discussion and come to kind of a good middle ground. And then also to Mr. Johnson's note, which came in at 7:24 last night. I just want to make sure you can point out to us in the code where that allowance for discretion is stated, so that it's not just implied, but it's actually in in the new code?
Yes.
Can you point that out, please?
Yes, it's in section 5-713J. And states that the planning director may waive any of the submittal materials depending on the size and scope of the project and site conditions. And that prior to submittal, the applicant may request a determination from the planning director regarding which items may be omitted from an application for a grading permit.
Great, thank you for making that clear. One other question, I noticed in your presentation that you mentioned the driveway regulations do not apply to the West End Zone District or the High Country Zone District. Do the grading and excavation, does that section apply to the West End Zone District?
It's a good question.
I love it when they say
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
that.
It's not specifically stated that it doesn't apply to the West End.
Do we want it to apply to the West End?
No,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. And what about the High Country Zone District? Do we want it to apply to that?
The High Country Zone already has driveway standards. The intent of the High Country, or part of the High Country Zone, intends to greatly limit driveways.
Sorry, just excavation and grading is the one I'm wondering.
And there's excavation and grading does apply. It's the driveway standards that don't apply in the High Country area.
Okay.
Because the High Country Zone has its own standards.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And so then there might be an adjustment to the excavation and grading section, which indicates that it applies to all zone districts excluding the West End. Is that correct? Do we need to make that change?
my only hesitation would be if someone was proposing one of the data centers. It's really unlikely, but
I could think of some scenarios where that might be problematic.
Yeah. What might be?
By not having restrictions on grading and excavation in the West End Zone District.
Okay, so you think it makes sense to apply them to that zone district?
I personally do, but I will lean on the planning department, what they
The re-
feel about that.
The reason I brought it up is because, as you mentioned, the driveway piece is excluded, and also we don't have building codes in the West End, but you're suggesting that excavation and grading is important enough that we might want to have that apply.
I mean, particularly in considerations of storm water runoff and Ryan Righetti's concerns there. I feel that should be applicable, but.
it would be a bit of a change. Development permits also aren't required in addition to building permits. And I mean, this was a discussion also in the planning commission meeting, and
Whether it would apply to the West End,
yes.
so they determined that it should.
There was pretty robust discussion about that within the planning commission, and some members felt that it should, some that it shouldn't.
And where did you
It did not
land?
make it into it.
We landed
Right.
on not including it.
Mhm. And you
When
weren't,
you're bringing it up, I think it's something that we discuss. And I guess from looking at some mining exploration permits, this has come up as well. Not necessarily coming, yeah, well, excavation for sure, and just stormwater management, and I feel like it's a little bit of a loose end that could be tied up.
I'm wondering if we're going to be including stormwater management in the new mining regs directly.
Yeah,
I think we will.
Certainly will,
Absolutely.
in that it does, that's a double overlap there, but
Yeah.
I think just
Yeah.
like general landowners.
Yeah.
Okay, what I heard John say that would be a major change. I think what he was saying is currently we don't have much, if any, paperwork in the West End for building, and that this would be a very large shift in how we have been operating, okay?
Yeah, I'd like to clarify the West End. There's, a lot of times people say, well, there's just no development permits, there's no building permit. That's not true.
Okay.
There are a number of uses allowed by right. And these things do not have to get a development permit. And they do not have to get a building permit. That's agriculture, which is, has a number of items. Single family detached dwellings, group homes, timber production that's, small, mining of sand and gravel for personal use. And that's one area where perhaps grading and drainage could be an issue if somebody's, mining out a lot of gravel for their own property, their own use. Vet clinic and then accessory uses. Also bed and breakfast, daycare homes, hunting lodges, non-commercial recreation type stuff, private cemeteries, private airstrips, auto repair shops and equestrian facilities. Now, if they want to do minor oil and gas exploration, that's an administrative permit, so they are under our review. And then we get into all the special use permits. And so while there may not be a development permit that follows up on these, and for everything except data centers, solar, and once we get mining done, no building permits. But you still have your special use permit review. And part of an application for an SUP is that they have to give us their site plans and their grading and drainage plans. So that's already in the requirements. So by not saying that the new 5713 applies in the West End, it doesn't mean that we're totally giving up on everything in the West End. We still have a significant amount of review, specifically when they start getting into the commercial and high intensity uses.
Commissioner Gleason, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, that's good clarification. And in the chance we saw a data center application that would fall under, that would be a special use permit on
Yes,
its
yeah,
own. So that,
yeah. Data centers are a
That
two-step
be-
special use permit.
yeah.
They are required to get a development permit and they are required to get a building permit. So that is, the full range of review.
And if they were located in the West End and we specified that excavation and grading section does not apply to the West End, they would still apply to a data center.
So we don't state specifically in 5713 that this does not apply in the West End. I would suggest if you want to put that in the code, that you would say it does not apply to the uses allowed by right in the West End, which is 5-320B.
Okay. So John, just to clarify, when you said this would be a big change, what would be a big change would be if we did require excavation and grading for uses applied by right? That would in the West End.
Right.
Okay. All right. Do the commissioners have anything else they'd like just a second to say or do, or should we open it up to public comment?
I'd like to hear public comment. I see a hand up.
So too. So I am going to open public comment for this agenda item. The public comment period is limited today to 4 minutes. To make a comment, please raise your hand. That's *9 if you're attending by phone. When recognized, please come forward to a microphone because again, we've said many times, these are not making it louder, you're connecting to the Zoom. And state your first name, last name, place of residence, and any, I would say also relevant affiliation before commenting. Your comments should be directed to members of the board. For the good of the order, please keep your comments relevant to this agenda item and avoid repetitive or cumulative statements. Comments that are not relevant to this agenda item or cumulative or repetitive may result in forfeiting of your comment time. If you pose relevant questions during your comment time, your questions shall be directed to me as the chair and may or may not be answered directly. The members of the board shall determine whether it is appropriate to seek answers to your questions. Thank you. Yes, please come forward and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name's Hallie Simpson. I am a member of the County Planning Commission that worked on this, so let me know right off the bat if it's inappropriate for me to address you about that now. I simply wanted to speak to the matter of applying the grading standards in the West End. As Galena mentioned, there was quite a bit of discussion about that, and I think the primary concerns that we had with the application to the West End were specific to stormwater management and grading, changing the landscape close to a property line. We were concerned with how neighbors could affect each other, and that's one of the major reasons that we added this grading standard in the first place. The discussion also mentioned that, you know, the West End is larger parcels, generally speaking. There's a lot more room to maneuver out there. So if it were to come back to the Planning Commission, I don't know that we would change the language in there. Certainly I can't speak for the whole commission, but I think our take was that the parcels are so large that the issue of addressing stormwater and grading directly on a property line affecting another neighbor is fairly minimal in that region of the county. And then obviously there's the concern of safety standards. But as we've already discussed, the standards in the West End are such that there are a number of safety standards that are not applied out there. And so this would be following precedent and not changing that existing precedent.
But just to clarify, the way it's written right now, we would be breaking precedent because
If
we
it
would
were
be
to apply
applying
there.
excavation and grading regs to the West End.
If it were to apply out there, yes. I think
And the way it's written, it does currently.
it doesn't disinclude the West End.
Right, which I think
currently.
it would have to, otherwise it implies it applies to the whole county, so.
Mhm. I'm guessing the way we read it is because it was directly under the driveway standard. Driveway standard is very clear about what's not included, and then we moved right into excavation without really giving that thought. So that may have
I
been
hear
an
you.
omission.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
all I had to say.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public who would like to speak? Let me check for hands online. I don't see any. Am I missing anything? Okay, I think I'm now going to close public comment. Thank you, Hallie. Any discussion among the commissioners?
I just like to say thanks to Hallie for that clarification on the discussion that was had about property lines and infringing on neighbors with potential stormwater movement on property. I think it's a good catch, Anne. You know, I thought it was, I mean, it was overlooked in my opinion.
Okay,
It's the way it's written. How are you interpreting this?
I'm interpreting that it applies to the whole county.
Yeah.
And I understand the driveway section, which is distinct, does not, but I read this as this new section applying to the whole county. Do you agree, Lance?
Yes, and I think where we'd like to go is getting a little help in adding the same exclusion as we have in the driveway 5-502 double D to the grading
But
section,
only as Kay suggested.
special for projects as a use by right.
Yeah, do you agree? I think that's a good, smart move. Do you guys agree with that, commissioners?
So specifically, what the amendment that I would suggest is 5713B applicability. Roman numeral 1 says all standards apply to all grading activity on a site. And then putting sub A under that says in the West End Zone District, these standards will not apply to uses allowed by right as set forth in section 5-320P, which is the agriculture residential.
The long list you read.
Yeah.
I'm very comfortable with that.
Agreed.
So my,
Okay, are we ready to go?
Should we try an amendment?
I think
Or
so, and
a
I'm so
motion
glad
with an
you
amendment?
to do that.
I'm gonna lean on the veteran here to.
Okay. John, if you could put the proposed motion up on the screen. That would help me formulate. Thank you. And start there, and I lean on you, Kay. I move to approve amendments to the San Miguel County Land Use Code to add section 5-713 excavation and grading in order to provide standards that will help determine if a grading permit is needed, and an associated amendment to section 5-502 D driveways as presented, and to adopt resolution number 2025-03 based on the finding that the proposed amendments comply with the standards of the Land Use Code, section 5-1802, Land Use Code Amendments, and is consistent with Land Use Code, section 1-4, purposes of the Land Use Code. I would add the language that Planning Director Kay Simonson just said, and instead of trying to capture that on my own, I'll let the record speak and include that in my motion.
Do I have a second?
I second that.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion passes. Thank you very much to the planning department and those of you who participated in this. I can imagine a lot of work. So thank you very much.
And long overdue.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Hallie. Appreciate you guys making time to come today in person.
Okay, we are now moving on to item 9A, Department of Human Services. I anticipate this being, we've got 30 minutes on the agenda for it, although we are running about 20 minutes late. Would anybody like to take a short break until 11 o'clock? Okay, why don't we do that? I'm sorry to say we're going to delay a few more minutes. We will take a break and come back at 11 a.m. Thank you very much. Welcome back, San Miguel County. We are resuming the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners on February 5th, 2025. It is 11 o'clock a.m. We are turning our attention to item number 9A, which is consideration of staff direction on the Colorado Child Care Assistance Program, otherwise known as CCAP funding. I will note that there is a potential executive session on the agenda to discuss CCAP. And now, I guess we'll go over the details if we decide we need to move into executive session. Okay, so thank you. We have a few people here in the members of the public that we know, as well as our Director of Human Services and our Deputy Director of Human Services. So we had a discussion on this last week. This is a continuation of that discussion that we have all been looking forward to, and I will turn it over to Linnea Edwards.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for having us back. We wanted to first kind of make sure that we answered any questions that were lingering after our conversation that we had last week, and then kind of move into a recommendation after running some numbers.
Okay. Oh, yes, Commissioner Waring.
Did anything change at your end since last week? I know there's been some turbulence.
No.
Okay.
So as of today, nothing has changed in where we're sitting.
Thank you.
Has your anticipation of whether something might changed? Is the uncertainty greater than it was last week or about the same?
I would say it's less.
Okay.
The uncertainty is a little bit less. We will maybe know a little bit more as of the 10th of the month from our state partners, just some guidance around business as usual. So currently the department is sitting as business as usual in all programs. So we are moving forward as usual.
Okay, terrific. Would you like to speak to us now about CCAP?
Absolutely. So as we discussed last week, our CCAP program here in San Miguel County is looking at being overspent significantly due to federal rules, along with some changes in rates for our providers. As we discussed last week, there's a couple routes that each department could take. One would be a wait list that has a cap on it, and the other would be a freeze, which, again, using the word freeze this week is making me kind of question that conversation, right? Like, using the word freeze is not in relation to the federal conversation around freeze. So this is specific to our CCAP program at the state level and state funding. As we ran some numbers this last week and looking at what projections would be, myself and Alex continue to recommend that we proceed with a wait list. We're projected to be about 85% of our overspent, which puts us the eligibility to be a wait list. County feeling that is what is best for our residents, what is also best for our department moving forward and processing cases. So our recommendation this week will continue to be a wait list.
Okay, and when you first used the word wait list, you said wait list with a cap. Can you explain that?
Absolutely. So when we have a wait list, we have to have a cap number on it. And so in running our numbers this week, we have determined that we currently have 31 open authorizations on our in our system for CCAP. And so with our conversation with our state partners, we cannot go below that 31 authorizations. And so we would recommend that we cap at 31.
So the cap is not on the wait list, it's on the authorizations. Is that correct?
On the amount of, yes, correct. So on the amount of people or children who could be on CCAP programming, we would cap that at 31. That also, when looking at our historically for the year, we're ranging between 25 and 31 authorizations throughout the year. So we're not seeing a huge jump anywhere. We're kind of within those numbers that we already function at. 31 seems to be the highest, and we can't go below that because we currently have 31 authorizations.
Okay, but the wait list itself would not be capped.
Correct.
Thank you for clarifying
Yes,
that.
yes, thank you.
Okay. Anything else you would like to share with us?
I think we would want, so we're making that recommendation and then we would need to just kind of to give you some understanding of like those next steps. We would need to get with our state partners, let them know that we had direction from our boards, that we needed to move towards a wait list, recreating our plan with them. It's a very simple process with them, and then coming up with timing. When does that wait list begin? I think the sooner the better, so that the community isn't sitting in this like sense of what's going to happen. We'd like to give them some direction of what the department's taking with that.
Okay. And do you need, is this just direction that we give informally, or is this something we need a motion and a vote on?
I'm going to defer to Alex, as she's been more a part of some of those conversations surrounding what that looks like when we get direction from the board.
I'm not familiar with any direction that we've gotten from the state as far as how the board will operate.
Can someone else on the, yes, administrative staff, yeah, or Lance?
When in doubt, make a motion and then it's more
Yeah.
official.
Okay.
I was gonna suggest, I fully expect that the state will want some sort of documentation as to the direction given.
Thank
So
you.
making the motion will probably serve us a little better in this case. And just for clarity's sake, if I could ask one question. if you don't
Please.
mind. So really our steps are, we'll seek state approval, then we'll initiate kind of a communications plan as required for the wait lists, correct? And then we will end up finding the date in which we will kind of flip the switch and turn it on.
Yeah, and the communication is very different for a waitlist than it is for what we would consider like a freezing of the CCAP program. That is a very specific communication with very specific timelines that need to happen. And the process that the community could take in regards to applying for CCAP if we were to freeze. The wait list is a little bit more fluid. And so we can just put the messaging out that we are currently on a wait list and encourage the community to continue to apply, because their applications will continue to be processed. They just would not receive authorization until a slot is open.
Anything else from the commissioners?
That 31 cap, you feel comfortable with that? Is there any reason to entertain increasing that number?
So I think that 31 cap I am comfortable with, just because that is the max that we've had this year. We could talk about the idea of increasing that cap just to give a little bit of breath. I did run the numbers. If we were to increase to 35, that potentially puts us another $60,000+ overspent for the year.
In addition to the current
amount of projection of about 95,000.
And again, that's using children who are enrolled at a full-time level who would be utilizing care at that full-time. Yeah. And we still have a little bit of a variance in our numbers because we have the 28 children who are currently attending with those 31 open authorizations. So our caseworker is going to be contacting those families that have open authorizations but are not currently using care, just to determine, was it summer care? What's the variance with that? And so they might start receiving care. That will change our numbers a little bit. And so that's just one piece, is we still have a few children who are counting in this who aren't using care.
So it's possible they'll drop off and we could fill those spots.
It's possible they'll drop off, or it's possible that they will start utilizing care, because that is a reason for closure. If we have children with open authorizations who are not utilizing care, that we can close that case if they don't need it. And so that will be on us and, in our partnership with Bright Futures, just to make sure that we have families, all the families that are included in that 31 are indeed receiving care. And we're not talking about the children who are just using summer care. They're still fully on, and will continue to receive the care that they need as long as they meet eligibility when they get to redetermination. So,
Thank you.
quick question?
Sure.
So with that suggestion you're making of 31, should the board support that and we find out in 6 months, there's been no change of, federal or state funding, and there is a greater need, could we revisit that and at that time look at expanding that number?
I think that is a possibility,
Okay.
which is why I
So I
think,
just wanted to
yeah.
make sure the board knew that they weren't permanently locking themselves into this is the total amount that we can ever do. It's gonna be more of a budgetary consideration, I would imagine.
And I think to just real quick expand on Alex's conversation between the 28 children that are utilizing care and the 31 that are authorized. Our projections currently are for 28 children using care, and the 31 would be if we were to have 31 children utilizing care, that number of overexpenditure would also increase.
So the 95 that you talked about.
Is currently
based
for
on
28. Yes.
Okay,
Sorry, I did not make that super clear.
now you have, thank you.
And I think we also wanted to mention, adding in a target population to be able to bypass the wait list.
Mm,
And so we had discussed last meeting, the Child Welfare Colorado Works, but also families, experiencing homelessness. We wanted to add as a target population.
And what would happen
Recommend.
again with the target population? They would be, we'd be able to approve them or authorize them.
Correct.
Even
Bypass.
past the 31.
Yes.
Okay. And so that will be part of what you lay out when you get the details sorted out with the state. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Anything else from staff or commissioners? I see we have members of the public here. Would anyone like to comment?
Bright Futures doesn't have any comments.
Okay, no comments from the future. Hallie, would you like to comment? If you do, please come up to the microphone. Oh, yes, please. Mhm. And as you did before, please introduce yourself.
Give me a second to pull it up. So good morning. My name's Hallie Simpson. One of the hats that I wear is actually as treasurer of the Rainbow School and Daycare Center. So our programs comprise the Rascals Toddler Program, Rainbow Preschool, and then Rockies After School and Summer Care for the older kiddos. Our programs currently serve 78 kids, and we have over $700,000 in expenses each year. Approximately 520 of that is covered by tuition and fees, although a big portion of those tuition and fees is also subsidized by scholarship funding from from state and local government and also nonprofits. To keep our doors open, we very clearly rely on those sources of income. Tuition alone doesn't cover our expenses. The reason I'm here today is because I want to just emphasize there is need. So we completely understand that the state is unable to fill the bucket. We just want to emphasize that there is still need in this community for child support. For example, our toddler Rascals program charges $72 a day in tuition. To actually cover our expenses, we would need to charge $120 per day. That's unrealistic for most families in this community. If you've got two wage earners making $25 an hour each, before taxes, you're looking at 30% of their income going to childcare for one kid at Rascals. And that's at $72 a day. So that's already relying on these other income sources and tuition paid by other families to help offset the cost for those Rascals families. Right now at Rascals, we have 9 students. 2 of them receive scholarships and 1 is on CCAP. At Rainbow, we have 16 students, 4 receive scholarships, 1 is on CCAP. At Rockies, we have 53 students. 15 of those students receive scholarships and 3 are on CCAP. So CCAP is a very important program for us. And if you decrease that funding or for potential future enrollments, if students aren't able to enroll in CCAP, then it has a major impact on our programming and on our families. For example, the one kid at Rainbow, she's actually only enrolled 3 days a week, but that student sees a savings of $9,000 a year, over $9,000 a year by being on CCAP. That's a lot of money for a family to come up with, but it's also a lot of money for our program to try to find. Now, we're not going to let these families fall through. If our CCAP funding dries up for some reason, we will find income. We have some savings right now that we can throw in the bucket. We'll make it work. We're not going to lose these families. But we also want to make sure that you know that every time we lose an income source, we have to raise the rates. And every time we raise the rates, more families apply for scholarship support. So even if CCAP is a done deal at the county level, we hope that you can also find other ways to support these programs through other local incentives. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Lance.
Hallie, thank you very much for that insight into the Rainbow Rockies Rascals numbers. I think what I would be comfortable with is what Mike was headed for, which is let's go with the 31 for right now, but let's plan to be willing to revisit quickly if we find that our wait list is growing, because we also have some savings and we have a existing program. And instead of having to recreate another scholarship opportunity or something, we would be able to quickly adjust. So I'm comfortable with the concept of a wait list at 31, knowing that if we need to, we can revisit and will.
Yeah, I appreciate that clarification on being able to revisit the need, because I do think having that flexibility is important to be able to address the potential fluctuation that we might see, and address the needs of our community. And I am very much in support of a wait list rather than a freeze. Solid in that.
I concur with both of the other commissioners. I would just like to mention, last week, there were meetings at CCI, which is our statewide counties organization, where this was talked about at length in the Health and Human Services Steering Committee. And there is an opportunity, in addition to our locally funding shortfalls, to really put some pressure on the state to do a better job of funding CCAP, since, you know, a lot of this change is coming from the feds and the state. I'm personally in support of the changes that are mandated. I feel like it's important that we pay our providers well and that we pay for days that we have registered for, regardless of attendance, but it's expensive. So I think that we as a commission should also talk about putting pressure on the state level to fund CCAP at a higher level than they're currently talking about. One thing that was mentioned at the CCI conversation is that in order to kind of build support and pressure for this allocation, that we tell stories in the media and let the general public know the importance of CCAP. So I know this is not exactly what the agenda item is about, but I would wonder how the other commissioners feel about having our PIO work with Human Services Department and local providers and Bright Futures and all that to issue or to generate some kind of news about this, because it's so important. It shouldn't just be discussed in our chambers. And then again, that we would also provide some, or, you know, some pressure at the state level through CCI, CCAT, and whatever else we can.
I concur, and I think I support reaching out directly to our representatives to, you know, we've had some brief discussions when we visited with Representative Sukla and Senator Simpson, but I think revisiting those conversations and really emphasizing the importance of this is I role, and I'm comfortable. I want to do that.
Yeah. So would you be in support of like a formal letter or something, or would you just like us to pick up the phone? What do you think's maybe staff could help us with this?
I personally feel a letter would be appropriate at this stage.
Okay.
Especially because we're taking these formal actions for wait list and.
Okay. I like that idea as well. And I wonder if we could ask to do that for us. Does something Lene or Alex?
We have several different examples of letters that have already been sent off that we can share. So we can definitely support you with that.
And I have prepared them to send to you guys for your review as well. So
Fantastic.
I just didn't send them off as of yet.
Great. So I think, and then you probably have some ideas of who we should address those letters to, in addition to Representative Sukla and Senator Simpson.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. So we could probably agree to do that today and then put that on our consent agenda for next week. Is that right, Carmen? Those letters, or do we?
The 19th.
Okay, because that's a regular meeting. Okay, all right. So we carry on if you would in that regard. Thank you. Okay.
Absolutely.
Anything else, or should we call them, ask for a motion? Yeah, okay.
I'm ready for a motion.
Okay, would you like to make the motion?
Sure.
Take your time.
Yes. Let's see, I move to proceed with a wait list, to initiate a wait list with a cap of 31. And recommend that the target population be overridden by this motion. Does that cover it?
You kind of lost me on the second part.
Oh,
It was already, it's already embedded in their plan.
It's
so I
already
don't think
embedded.
You need to reference that additionally in your
Okay.
motion, but I
Let-
think the wait list of up to 31 students, after which the wait list will initiate, and then we will revisit as needed.
Yes,
If you
for
wanna
the
support
record,
that.
so move to what County Manager Mike Bordonia just stated.
Thank you, Galena. Do I have a second?
You do, I'm unclear if we need to specify that we have some steps that Jared outlined, seeking state approval, creating a communications plan and a date, or if we can just let this be under staff direction to accomplish all those things as part of this waitlist effort. How deep do we need to go into this?
I believe we can let this ride.
Great.
I think this gives us enough direction as staff to move ahead on this path. It's very clear, and if we do not recollect, we will come back to these meeting minutes.
All right.
But
And-
that said, I think it will be sufficient to cover the needs of the state in terms of what they'll be looking for.
Great. Then I second the motion. Thank you.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well. Thank you very much to our staff and others in the community working so hard on this. Appreciate it.
Did
Do
you
we
want to
need it? Oh,
discuss
yes.
the other proposed matter that came up at CCI?
I would like to. Thank you, Maura. And how much of that do we discuss before we go into executive session?
So because this did come up in a steering committee discussion, is that correct?
Correct.
I think we can introduce the subject on the record, and then if we feel we need to go into executive session to discuss our considerations of whether we take a position on that, we can do so.
Okay. And would you like to raise the subject, or would you like me to?
I can do so if you'd like me to.
That would be terrific. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this is also related to CCAP. As you all know, many counties are facing the same funding shortage, and many counties have frozen enrollment. The state has responded that TANF and other benefit rules mandate that certain families be enrolled, even if the program is frozen due to lack of funds. And this puts counties in a situation of having to incur these funding obligations even after the full allocation from the state has been expended, which is essentially an unfunded mandate. There is the state statute governing the allocations does state that counties are only required to spend the state CCAP allocation and the maintenance of effort for that allocation. So this sort of seems to be in conflict. And that's an issue that several counties have raised and are looking for ways to address this inconsistency between what's actually required and what's stated in the statute. And they're looking, I think this is being led by Larimer County, looking for other county support in ways to address this. And the particular ask on the table is there's a provision in the MOU that all counties are required to sign with the state regarding the running of CCAP that provides an independent dispute resolution process in the event of a disagreement between a county or group of counties and the state. And so that is what is being asked of other counties to consider whether they would want to participate in that process.
Thank you for bringing that up, and that was also discussed at the CCI meeting. My question to you and Maura and other staff is, what specifically are we being asked to do, and how much staff time, how much potential cost, how much potential liability would this require, do you anticipate?
Those are all great questions, and I don't have answers to those right now. I think right now what's being asked is just show of hands who's interested in participating, and then that would kind of set the next step of how do we go about doing this and what does it look like. And at that point, I think it would be, which counties are committing resources to this process. I don't know if this has ever been triggered. So I don't know if we would have a clear picture of what
I
it
don't
looks
believe it
like.
has, because there was uncertainty in the conversation I participated in about what exactly the process is. So I don't think it
Mhm.
has been triggered.
But I imagine that it would, not every county that raises their hand would be present at the table. There may be representatives that would take the lead in engaging in that process.
I mean, my inclination is that I would be supportive of this action, but I would want to know before we make a firm commitment what kind of resources would be required. Not that I would say we wouldn't commit resources, but I just need to know what they are before we make a firm commitment. How do the others feel, Lance?
I agree. I suspect that there'll be levels of commitment and tiers of interest, and that if Larimer County, for example, is in the hole for millions, they may be leading the charge. We are blessed in that right now, the amount that we are needing to make up is unmanageable. So my suggestion is that we let this ferment a little bit and see who takes the lead and what their ask is beyond, are you interested in joining? As it takes shape, I think we'll have an opportunity to participate at either a high level or a lower level, and we can defer that decision until we've got some more clarity on what the process is. It sounds like it's still coalescing.
Sure. Would you feel comfortable, as I do, in expressing support, based, with the caveat that we would need to understand before we express formal support, what the resource requirements would be? So I would just like them to know that we like what they're doing, and as long as it doesn't cost us a lot of money and staff time, we would be there with them. Or do you want to just sit back?
I think what you're asking is, do we want to send them a smoke signal saying we're intrigued
Yeah.
and curious to see more? And sure, I'm willing to do that, but it doesn't sound like either one of us want to commit more than keep us posted.
I do, if Linnea, if you're willing to provide your input, since we did talk about it
yes,
offline,
please.
and I know Linnea might have some thoughts to share
Yes,
as well.
please.
Yeah, so I think as I've been a part of conversations surrounding this specific action that could be taken, it does raise questions about who would then be managing the CCAP program. It also raises questions about who would be managing any of the human services programming if this direction moves forward. I do worry about that.
I don't understand that.
Yeah, so I think there's conversation around
So let me just look this up for myself, if you don't mind. So Larimer County, the way I understood it, the county attorney or the deputy county attorney addressed CCI, said that they were basically going to ask for to initiate the independent dispute resolution process so that we could work out this, as Maura said, inconsistency. But you think it's going to do more than that there's a risk of something additional, or that
There is a concern, I think. So the state has advised the Joint Budget Committee that if counties are unable to run the program, that it could be turned back over to the state. But in that case, the county's contribution would still be required. So it doesn't actually resolve this over expenditure issue. So I think there's concern that the state may use this as a means to pull back the programming from the counties and transition to a state-run program instead of a state supervised county administered program.
That's what you're getting at, Linnea?
Yes, ma'am.
That's helpful. Okay.
So that concerns me, and I would be in the camp of waiting to see how this evolves a little bit before we take any formal stance on
Sure,
it.
sure. Yeah, I don't think I'm suggesting
Or
formal
even a
stance.
formal stance, but saying we're tentatively in, depending on the numbers. I think we should see how it buffs out a little bit more.
Okay, I do too. I mean, I'll make a actual suggestion that Maura respond to the Larimer Deputy County Attorney who reached out to you, correct? And say that, you know, we are interested, that we share their concern about this inconsistency and that we may be interested in supporting this legal action. We have unanswered questions before we can make a decision about the resources it would require. And also, you'll say it in the way you described to us so nicely, the risk of the state potentially taking over local control of the CCAP program, which we are not interested in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, did that capture your feedback, Linnea?
Yeah, and I think when we've been discussing the levels of advocacy and, you know, I think the local media letters to, you know, I think that's the level that we want to participate or that we feel comfortable participating in. And so to just continue that advocacy for the program at the state level, I think is going to hit a lot of these layers.
And I also think to hit on Commissioner Waring's like point of like, we are very lucky that we do have some financial resources to manage our overspending. Counties like Larimer County have significant overspending projections that they're looking at. And I can, and I can empathize with where they're coming from, but it does concern, I do have that worry of what the state response could be to that. But again, Mara, she's got all that legalese information and can discuss that in a better pathway than me.
So I guess it's a lukewarm response. Is that okay? Given
Yes.
our concerns,
Yes.
but
understood.
recognizing, you know, this inconsistency matters. Are you all right with that?
Jared, did you have anything you wanted to add? I saw your hand up earlier.
No, I think that Linnea made the point that I was going to make.
Thank you.
Kind of how that our concern is the exposure if this thing went to the bitter end, which if we're participating, you know, we just have to be braced for that. So
Do you think Larimer County would share that concern, or do you think they would be okay with the state taking over their program?
I guarantee every county would be concerned with that approach.
Okay, so I mean,
It's
Yeah.
something that everybody would be on guard to, but it's something that we need to engage in knowing.
I'm willing to send a lukewarm letter. I liked Galina's initial, let's just wait and see, but lukewarm is not going to change much. So let's do the advocacy work that we've been recommended to do, and Alex will follow up. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure we're all clear because I didn't want to be the only one pushing the lukewarm. If the other two commissioners felt you'd like to just sit and wait and see, then I don't want to overrule that. I thought I heard you say that you would be comfortable, Commissioner Gleason, sending a lukewarm letter.
I would be comfortable with a lukewarm letter, but I
Okay.
think we need to be really cognizant, careful about what could transpire here.
That's
So,
okay.
yeah.
I think we are in agreement.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I won't
Uh,
sign us up, but I'll say keep us informed.
Thank you.
That sounds great.
And you'll mention the two specific concerns we
Yes.
have. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Okay, we got it. And we didn't even need an executive session.
Great.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, I think we're ready to move on. Thank you very much.
Thank
Once
you.
Again, it's always nice to see you. I'm sorry it's under these circumstances. Thanks, Bright Futures.
It's warm out.
Thanks, Hallie.
Freezes or.
Love Rainbow
Right.
Preschool. I was on that board. No, I was on the board. No, I was on something related to the new building,
Yes.
which is no longer new. Love Rainbow. All right. Okay, it is 11:35 and we are definitely behind schedule, but we have still 25 minutes before lunch, and we could probably get some stuff done in here. We've already taken care of item number 10, affordable housing updates, so I suggest we move on to item 11, manager matters.
Thank you, commissioners, and I don't have a whole lot for you today, but I did want to let you know, working through, similar to many of our businesses, in creating a document regarding ICE procedures. If there were to be ICE presence at county facilities, how we would inform county employees to respond and to act. So I will be sharing that with you as it's getting close to final. I'm meeting with Grace Franklin to try and get the finalization of that today. And then we'll be sharing that with you and then with all county staff. On Monday, the 3rd, at the SMRHA regular board meeting, the board voted unanimously to appoint Pam Schifrin as the new executive director of the San Miguel Regional Housing Authority, and we're very excited for her to begin next Monday on the 10th. Along with that new hire comes the resignation announcement from Emily Pearson, who has been the admin assistant at SMRHA. On Friday will be her last day, but that means Pam's one of her first orders of business will be to solicit for that administrative assistance. Yesterday, I attended the Ouray Board of County Commissioner meeting remotely, where the current veteran service officer for Montrose County, who has also, he's been doing 40 hours for Montrose County and 4 hours per month for Ouray County. And felt that his volume is increasing and he cannot keep up with this workload. So he had approached Mikhail Madsen, our VSO, who's only working approximately 24 hours per week, to see if he'd be interested. And Mikhail and myself and Mikhail's regional supervisor all worked on a potential plan to up him to full-time employment at 20 hours split respectively between Ouray and San Miguel County. I was pleased that their board was very receptive to the plan. Mikhail laid out kind of the case for why increased hours will result in increased benefits and services, and both the Montrose BSO and I shared that we've consistently been getting additional requests from Ouray County veterans, and we've been authorizing Mikhail, not regularly, but off whenever it's come up. I say, yes, go ahead and spend however many hours it takes to get those folks into a claim processing or into a safe sheltered situation. But with this, there's going to be a new IGA, so they're going to be terminating the intergovernmental agreement with Montrose County and Ouray, and we will be working on a new one for San Miguel and Ouray County. With his full-time employment, he will be eligible to receive benefits, which will be great for him. And I think he's excited about it. It will also allow him to work at least part of his time closer to home. He has specified and clarified that San Miguel will always be the foremost priority for his work. And now that he's spent the last almost 9-10 months of initial outreach, the ongoing workload is a little bit less. So we really talked a lot about, are you sure that you can provide the same level of service with the 20 hours? And he's confident that he can. So I'll be working on that IGA with Connie Hunt, the Ouray County manager, and then bringing that to you for approval. I did clarify, and their board agreed that under the full-time benefited position that we would share equally in all of his expenses. Mikhail, I think, reported previously that he has submitted a grant to the Division of Veterans Affairs for a vehicle and some funding for a driver, given that that is perhaps the biggest hole in veteran services that we have. We have numerous veterans in rural parts of San Miguel County that don't have reliable transportation to the VA in Montrose or in Grand Junction for their medical appointments and required services. So we're optimistic on that grant. We've received initial feedback from the regional supervisor that they felt like it was very reasonable and that it was articulated well. Ure is also wanting Mikhail to work on a grant, and we tentatively agreed to let him do that, and that would just be accounted for in their time, the time or expenditures that Ure would be contributing. This Thursday, I'll be meeting with our municipal partners to talk about the CDOT long-term plan priorities. This is something that our board did many months ago. Back in October, we discussed what those regional priorities were. It is the county that submits these to the GVTPR and to the state for basically it gets added on the list for the next 5 years. So many look forward to meeting with our respective jurisdictions, and then I do plan on coming back to you to share what the encompassing list of priorities are, as we may have some that we would like to support the towns above our own in certain situations. It is a little bit of a weird thing where everybody has their own priorities and they leave it to the counties to sort out what the overall priorities are. Yes, Commissioner Ware.
Mike, is that the GVTPR meeting that's scheduled for the 11th in Montrose?
That's correct.
Okay. I will be joining you there.
Yes, we'll be there in person.
Excellent.
Yeah. On Monday, late afternoon, I received a response from Tom Kennedy on behalf of the Alexander family with a proposal requesting many considerations of county road rights of way and other property down in the Ilium vicinity. I did not have time to share that or give a response, nor would I without the board's direction. So I will be adding that to our meeting on the 19th in executive session to develop a position for negotiations. This is related to the wastewater treatment plant. And I look forward to having that. We've been 7 months in waiting since our site visit and discussion of initial terms for this response. So glad that we finally have it, but I also hope that that we're not going to be put in a position where we have to immediately react. I want to make sure, because the actions that are being requested of us are such as vacation of certain road rights of way and disposal of certain county property. It's always it's a big deal to do away with county road rights of way when you don't know what our community is potentially going to look like in 100 years. And it's really hard to get them back or to institute them. So we'll be very thoughtful in our considerations of this, and I will be meeting with you all individually in advance of that meeting so that we can start thinking of in this negotiation what items may be important to the county to acquire or to preserve. I think that's it for right now. Do you have any questions for us?
I do not. Jared, anything to add?
I think Mike did a great job covering all the bases. The only couple things that I did want to mention, I know that Kay and Maura had a good meeting with TSG yesterday regarding the exception agreement that we are negotiating with them for the housing down in Two Rivers. And so that was relatively positive, and more to come on that. The only other thing that I did have a meeting with CDOT last week to discuss the Lawson Hill Trail project. This was what's called an FOR, or final office review of the design plans. And in that conversation, I did kind of pose to them, do they have any concern regarding the funding being eliminated or impacted any way because it is federal in source? They said no, it's a pretty although it is federal, it is a pretty regular funding source for CDOT. And so they made me feel really good on Thursday. And then they did not make me feel so good on Friday when they sent out a memo saying, please draw down as much money as you can, as soon as you can, because we just want to be safe. And so that project still is going well. We are aiming at advertising in early summer for construction of that, and allowing potential bidders to either try and push it ahead late this year, being August, September, October timeframe for construction, or to wait until spring of 2026.
And you referred to that as the quote Lawson Hill project. Can you be a little more specific?
So the Lawson Hill Trail project, as it is known, is a 10-foot pedestrian trail between the intercept lot that we own at Lawson Hill, along the roadway alignment to the current existing trail that goes into the tunnel.
Telluride bike path.
The Telluride bike
Okay.
path. So, so yeah, that project is something I've been working on since the outset of my time here. And as any CDOT project goes, there's a lot of design. I got to, if I had $1 for all the engineers that were in the meeting last Thursday, I have a few dollars. But it continues to move ahead. I'm heartened. I do need to have a meeting with the Lawson Hill POA because they are our partners on this project. They are paying the local match for, and we got the remainder of the funding from CDOT, from the federal grant. So again, it's a really good partnership. I'm really hoping to see it happen. And as a regular user of that corridor, getting people off the road who are pushing strollers or riding bicycles is a really great idea.
2 questions.
Lance, sorry.
Jared, you mentioned expediting that process at CDOT's urging, and I'm wondering if we could go even quicker than bids being requested in the summer. What's beyond the meeting with the Lawson Hill POA, what else, what other steps do we need?
I would love to move faster, Commissioner Waring, but that is, with this federal project, practically unfeasible.
Okay.
We are moving at about a CDOT warp speed pace.
Okay.
And so
I'm reassured.
So I will be pushing hard, but I do think we cannot move too much faster with the levels of engineering approvals, environmental approvals, and other things that we have to get in the next month or two.
Okay,
The
so there's,
timing delays mostly relate to CDOT's required timeframes of review. That is not something of our discretion.
got it. I think I misunderstood when I heard you say that you were in a meeting with the engineers and that it was promising. I think I interpreted that as everything got signed off and all we have to do is build it. But what I'm hearing now is that it's not quite signed off and that's going to take another couple months.
That is true.
Okay.
This is their sign off. They give us a really great thumbs up, but then they tell us, but wait for our letter.
Okay.
So
Just a quick request for information. What grant was pursued for that?
So this grant opportunity is called a Transportation Alternative Program, TAP grant. That for these purposes, as Mike mentioned, we set priorities at the GVTPR. This was set as one of those priorities a number of years ago, along with some other work that has been happening at the town of Mountain Village. And so that is the grant source for this. And they use these resources for, multimodal transportation opportunities and other, trail alignments along usually CDOT right of way.
And is the multimodal tax that comes from gas tax, is that allocated through that grant?
I believe that it is part of those federal funds, is the federal gas tax that is coming in this way. Gets washed a couple times because it comes through the FTA, the federal program, then into the state program. But those are the sources that are coming in this way. So
I'll ask you more questions later, but
By all means.
thank you.
Commissioner Waring, anything else? All right, and Jared, did you have another update you said, or that's it?
I think that is it. I just have those two
Two.
extra add-ons.
Items, okay. I think we are ready to move on to commissioner updates. I am gonna start with the state of the county address that we have to kick off a few weeks into 2025. And so we begin. Hello, friends and neighbors. As this year's chair of the Board of County Commissioners, I'm addressing you today regarding the state of the county of San Miguel. I'm pleased to report that the state of the county is strong. I reflected last week on the uncertainty many of us feel across the country and around the globe at this time of transition in Washington. As is often the case, the new administration has different priorities than the previous one. Less typical is the number of executive orders and memos the administration has quickly issued to direct the implementation of its policies. Many of these directives are related to pausing or eliminating funding for environmental, social services, public health, and equity programs at the local, state, federal, and international levels. At the same time, our new Congress is working on budget appropriations and high-level administrative appointments, which may also change how federal funds are allocated. Closer to home, the Colorado governor and legislature are debating how to handle a projected multi-million-dollar deficit in the state budget, which will have further financial implications within the county. Which brings me back to the state of San Miguel County and how well we can weather these uncertain times. Fortunately, the county is in good financial standing. Over the past years, we have prudently built healthy reserves in our operating funds. This effort was made in anticipation of a future economic downturn, which inevitably happens from time to time. We wanted to be prepared to continue county services should tax revenues and other sources of income decline, as they did during the Great Recession. While an economic downturn is not in the forecast, revenue streams are uncertain for the reasons described above. So we should all be heartened to know that the county's financial reserves are robust and can be drawn upon with commissioners' approval should the county be required to backfill essential expenditures normally supported by state and federal funding. As a reminder, the mission of the San Miguel County Board of Commissioners is to ensure that county residents are healthy and flourishing and our communities are safe and vibrant. When new commissioners are elected, this mission remains the same, though the priorities each Board of County Commissioners sets as a means to implement this mission may evolve. Currently, the top three priorities which this BOCC established for 2023 to 2025 are: 1, to increase affordable housing opportunities; 2, to increase access to behavioral health services; and 3, to continue to build climate action and resiliency. I'm pleased to report that progress in all three areas is underway and will continue, regardless of what happens in Denver or Washington. In regards to housing, the county is making steady progress on 3 projects, including, in order of likely construction: 1, on-call housing for employees of the Sheriff's Office adjacent to the jail in Ilium Valley; 2, in collaboration with the Colorado Department of Transportation, otherwise known as CDOT, workforce housing on some of the land currently used for our adjacent road and bridge operations in Deep Creek; and 3, workforce housing on the soon-to-be depleted Pathfinder gravel pit near the historic Matterhorn Mill. Progress on housing will accelerate when the county hires our much anticipated housing specialist, and that job description is available on our website. This newly created position was funded in large part by state Proposition 123 monies, as was a study to identify ways to streamline the development of workforce housing in the county. This year, we will revisit the county's land use code, as well as other regulations and policies, looking for ways to reduce barriers and increase incentives to housing construction. This work will likely include a revision of the Community Housing Zone District regulations. To increase access to behavioral health, the county is leading efforts to rebuild a previously successful but currently dormant co-responder program. Co-responders are behavioral health professionals trained to assist peace officers and emergency medical services teams with behavioral health related calls. This work requires collaboration among 3 local law enforcement agencies, 2 EMS departments, Access Health Systems, which is our regional federally qualified healthcare provider for behavioral health, eventually our local medical centers, and more. It is my fervent hope that this time next year, your BOCC chair will be reporting that the county's co-responder program is up and running again. In addition, led by our public health department, the county recently initiated a behavioral health strategic plan with the goal of improving mental health and reducing substance misuse within our communities. This study will assess existing behavioral health infrastructure to identify strengths and gaps and create an action plan to implement, sustain, and monitor an accessible, comprehensive, integrated system of behavioral health care. There are many individuals and organizations already doing this work in the county. Through better coordination and perhaps some additional services, we hope to improve the social and emotional well-being of San Miguel County residents and workers. Our third priority is building climate action and resiliency. I'm pleased to report that the county government is well on its way to achieving our near-term greenhouse gas reduction goals. The forecast shows San Miguel County government operations surpassing 26% emissions reduction by 2025 and reaching 50% reduction by 2030. These are measured versus 2010 levels. It will be a heavy lift to meet the goal of 100% reduction by 2040. And so the county continues to explore creative solutions and resources that can move the needle. This year, we are adding electric vehicles to our fleet and installing electric vehicle chargers at county properties. As government operations account for less than 2% of regional emissions, the county is also addressing countywide non-governmental emissions. This year, we are engaged in regional multimodal trails planning, analyzing biomass and biochar technologies that would benefit both air quality and soil health, as well as exploring solar garden locations. The Board of County Commissioners has directed staff to develop a green grants program to provide funding for residents and businesses to employ energy efficient technologies such as solar arrays and heat pumps. The county continues to advance composting in the region, in part by supporting Bruin Waste's growing business and homeowners association composting program. We promote regenerative agricultural practices through payment for ecological systems. That's our PES program. As climate issues know no boundaries, the county continues to collaborate with neighboring jurisdictions on the Sneffels Energy Board and with EcoAction Partners to implement the Regional Climate Action Plan. We remain a strong advocate for climate action at the state and national level, where the most measurable change can be effected. In all of this, public input is essential, and we are grateful to individuals and organizations who communicate with the commissioners and other county boards and staff. At this time, we are doubling down on our efforts to communicate directly with the community through a county newsletter, the monthly County Lines program on Kodo, regular social media posts and news releases, a monthly Commissioner's Corner column in the Daily Planet, and of course, this annual State of the County address. If you'd like to hear even more from us, please sign up for notifications regarding meeting agendas and announcements related to your areas of interest, and you can do so on our website. All 3 commissioners are proud to represent and serve all members of our community, and we will continue to do so with integrity, fiscally sound practices, as well as open hearts and minds. We look forward to a productive year ahead. Thank you. All right. So we do have on the agenda additional commissioner updates. We can get through those. Mine are medium long, or I don't know about the others. We could knock those out, or we could have lunch and address those after lunch. What are the commissioners' preference?
I propose we knock them out and then have lunch.
Let's do it.
Shall we do that? Okay. Commissioner Gleason, with that enthusiasm, why don't you go first?
Okay. So since my last update, I've had various interactions and attended agriculture and soil health, different gatherings, meetings. I attended the Western Colorado Soil Health Food and Farm Forum in Montrose on January 24th. And this forum
is meant to connect and share information with farmers, ranchers, and experts in soil health, crops, livestock, and water management. There's lots of inspiring practices and resources that were shared from across the agricultural spectrum, and folks from all over Western Colorado. It's very inspiring. I was really happy and to be able to attend. The next afternoon, January 25th, I attended the Healthy Soil Happy Hour in Mountain Village, hosted by Zero Foodprint. That organization is integral to the San Miguel County Compost and Food Waste Reduction Grant. Zero Foodprint is engaging with the food and bev businesses in the county to collaborate on a regional composting effort, and is working to encourage local farmers to apply compost and do other regenerative and climate smart practices to build healthy soil. There were several interested citizens that attended with backgrounds in restoration ecology and greenhouse production. And there were representatives from Eco Action Partners, Bruin Waste, and the county Payment for Ecological Systems program. We identified the need to make composting more convenient and economical for both businesses and residents, and discuss the drawbacks of carting compost all the way to the Delta facility, which is an incredible facility, but when in the name of greenhouse gas reduction, not sure what our
What the net is on that? Yeah.
shakeout is there. So a concept of re-exploring potentially a composting facility within the county or on the west end was discussed. I'm also continuing to participate in planning efforts for the upcoming Montrose Regional Food Summit, which is umbrellaed under the Colorado Food Summit. And the pretense of this summit is to bring together diverse food system stakeholders in order to leverage food policy in support of a shared food vision for the state of Colorado. I got appointed to the board of the Uncompahgre Medical Clinic, and that first meeting was quite lively, considering that the federal funding freeze occurred right before that meeting, and UMC is a FQHC, federally qualified health care center. A large portion, approximately 37% of the revenue is generated from Medicaid for that clinic. So it's been a pretty wild couple of weeks being on that board, just navigating what's happening from a federal level and trying to respond responsibly to serve the patients of UMC.
I have a question about that, and I recognize this was your first meeting, so you may not know that yet.
Yeah.
Are there additional, because UMC is a FHQC, is there additional funding they also receive in that capacity, or is the federal funding really related to Medicaid?
As I understand it, it's pretty directly linked to Medicaid and Medicare, right?
Okay.
But a lot of their revenue comes from Medicaid. But there's a spectrum of funding that comes from different sources, but that federal piece is really important.
So that was the one they were most concerned about.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. And then I participated in the CCI steering committee leadership appointment and provided direction on legislative issues within the subject areas of land use and natural resources, ag, wildlife, and rural affairs and public lands. And that was on Friday, this past Friday. There's only proposed legislation in the land use and natural resources segments, and most of which did not really pertain to, or I felt would affect San Miguel County. However, I think we should continue to keep a close eye on State Bill 002, the regulatory oversight over factory built structures. And yeah, there were the appointments to those steering committees came from mostly rural and Western Colorado counties. So I felt that we had really good representation on those different steering committees. And that in a nutshell is my update.
Thank you, Galina.
Yeah.
Commissioner Waring?
Sure. I will report on the meeting I attended yesterday hosted by James Lester of the Colorado Energy Office, and it was a discussion with all county commissioners that were available and some staff as well regarding solar siting. And the state is working in conjunction, the CEO, Colorado Energy Office is working in conjunction with the Department of Natural Resources, the DNR, and the CPW, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, to develop suggestions for the legislators to consider. And they're basing that initial suggestion letter on a survey, which had been completed. And so this was a report out on some of the information the survey provided. It was an opportunity for comment before the initial draft, which will be coming out in April. And once there is a formal draft released, we will have an opportunity to comment not once, but several times. So at your request, Commissioner Gleason, I was able to probe a bit about whether the community benefits agreements would be considered, and the answer was yes. That is certainly a part of their thinking, and should be visible in the draft document when it's released. When I mentioned prime agricultural farmland and the tension between the need for solar arrays and the requirement to feed our people, that was acknowledged and emphasized by other counties as well. So those points were heard. There was also a strong mention of local control over state mandate. And since this wasn't a decision-making meeting, but more of an information gathering meeting, Mr. Lester was able to acknowledge that he'd heard all those points and that the survey information, even though it was a combination of elected officials, conservationists, and industry representatives that responded to the survey, that even some of the industry reps were cognizant of those concerns and agreed with some of them. So the tensions that we found in our own process of creating solar regs are being replicated at the state level. And one of the things that they are doing is creating a repository of all existing counties' solar and natural renewable resource regulations, so that other potential counties that need that information can pick and choose and have an archive. And I sent ours in yesterday after the meeting just to make sure they had it, and let Mr. Lester know I'd be happy to answer any questions if he had them.
Lance, question about that. So this meeting, is this something that grew out of last year's solar related legislation? Or is this something that's feeding into potential legislation for this year?
Both.
Both,
It
okay.
grew out of last year's efforts, and the response at that point was no action. But the Energy Office, I think, remains responsible for trying to assist counties with either creating their own legislation or providing information for them to do so. And it may or may not end up with additional state oversight. The hope expressed at this meeting was please don't, but Mr. Lester wasn't able to guarantee that.
Okay, thank you.
So I think the next step for us is to wait for the release of that draft document in April, and then make sure that once we've had a chance to read and digest, that we make any appropriate comments within the comment period.
Thank you. Thanks.
You're welcome. That's it.
Okay, on January 27th, I attended the Gondola Leadership Committee meeting. This is a new phase for that group as they move into now station planning. San Miguel County will continue as a G-sub member. I think Lance and Mike are representing us on that, as well as on the Gondola Leadership Committee, but because we are not funding partners in the next stage of planning, the station planning, we don't have a vote on the Gondola Leadership Committee, but we do have a presence. So, and that also includes the other elected officials at the two towns, as well as the Smart Board and Telsky, although Telsky is in the same position as the county, not funding that planning phase, so they are not voting. We're moving to a bi-monthly meeting. This meeting was well attended by the public, unlike previous Gondola Leadership Committee meetings. There, people are interested, and it was a great conversation. There is a remaining question in the lodging community about whether they need to collect the higher level of lodging tax on reservations that were made in 2024 for 2025, or just those made in 2025. So there will be a joint meeting with the lodging community, SMART, and the Department of Revenue to try to sort that out. And that is has not yet been set, but that I'm looking forward to that, sorting that out. There were a lot of questions about the timing and logistics of the rebuild of the gondola and the stations that were addressed. And then there was a request from a member of the public for access to the ski area being considered during station development for disabled skiers. So that was some of the public comment. On the 28th, I attended the IG working group, intergovernmental working group, that was refining the 2025 intergovernmental goals and objectives. We got through a good bit of it in terms of comments on the original draft from the two towns and the county. I brought forward our comments. We will finish that up tomorrow on Thursday, and then it will be discussed at the IG meeting on February 10th. On the 28th, I attended the workforce culture study readout, which was very similar to what we all received this week or last week at our meeting. And my question for you all is, and maybe the staff could also help with this, there is an architecture group forming among county staff to develop recommendations based on the work that has been done so far. And I should have asked this at that meeting, but I didn't. Does anyone know if a commissioner should be, or do we have an opinion on whether a commissioner should be part of that group, or should it just be staff? Mike, do you have a view on that?
I do. And mostly because we've been discussing now for a few months reinstituting the personnel committee that the county once had in prior years. It stopped meeting in 2017. And in its place, the wellness committee reformed, and they've been tackling issues that are more related to personnel and policy. I do feel like this is the perfect opportunity to bring back, because there are several items that are kind of waiting for a personnel committee. So I'd like to bring you a draft of that for your consideration, and it had specified membership of departments, elected officials, geographic representation within the county employee structure. So to answer your question, I would rather do it as a part of the personnel committee rather than having this outside group that's talking about workplace culture. That is actually one of the exact things that the personnel committee will be dealing with.
Okay.
That might just be a good way to light a fire under me to bring you a draft policy for this personnel committee, and then we can discuss commissioner representation on there.
Okay. That sounds great. So what you're saying is that architecture group will actually probably be made up of what will be our personnel committee.
Yes.
And we're not quite sure yet whether a commissioner will be part of that.
I think it's likely that a commissioner will be a part of that.
Okay. Okay, so let's think about whether one of the three of us has interest in serving on that. That's the first time I ever succeeded with the finger on the nose. Don't worry, it's not official. It's just a conversation.
Talk about.
She did not say nose goes.
All right, I'm gonna keep moving because we want to have our lunch. On the 28th and 29th, last Thursday and Friday, and actually on the 27th. I attended CCAT meeting regarding the current legislative session, and then also part of the CCI steering committees, those that Commissioner Gleason did not attend. And, you know, there was not a ton of, or much legislation at all that I felt we needed to really be paying attention to. And Commissioner Gleason and I actually spoke about that. It's not that we're not going to be paying attention, but there was nothing that caused me any kind of alarm or concern. And of course, CCAT and CCI are doing an amazing job of keeping us informed on all of that. The only couple things I wanted to report on was the modular building code bill that Commissioner Gleason referred to, SB 25-002. The concern voiced at the meetings I attended was to ensure that the savings realized by that effort would actually be passed on to the homeowners and not just absorbed by the developers and so forth. So, you know, we're going to keep an ear on that. I don't think I need to mention that other one. It's just, there's nothing that I think is really going to be a game changer for San Miguel County. I will say that we had an update from the Department of Human Services during the Health and Human Services Steering Committee, and that was entirely focused on concerns about federal funding. As we all know, that's just a big deal. And did I mention, oh, Lance, I think this may be particularly interesting to you. At the CCAT meeting, I'm bouncing around a little bit here, we heard from the insurance commissioner.
Mike Conley, yeah.
Okay.
I saw he was speaking. What did he say?
Well, he mentioned two bills that he is proposing this legislative session that are meant to make homeowners insurance rates more transparent and more, you know, calculated in a more reasonable manner. Just as an aside, I always think about wildfire as being the driver of our high insurance costs in the state of Colorado. In fact, he says that that's only accounts for 5 to 10% of our premium cost. The biggest issue is hail, which accounts for 50 to 60% of the cost. And we don't really, knock on wood, have that here yet much. And so I just thought that that's kind of an interesting nuance for our county. We're seeing our rates go through the roof. And I was sort of feeling like, oh, I get it. We have wildfire risk, but that's a small part of it. So it's just something that really struck me as interesting.
Did you bring that up? And
I did not, because no, I didn't.
just curious.
But I think, yeah. Yeah, it's something we should bring up, I think, as I said, one of the items that they're working really on rates, and one of the bills addresses these predictive models that insurance companies use to set rates. And the commissioner indicated that he feels that these predictive models do not take into account mitigation at the individual county and state levels, and that's what he's trying to change. He also talked about greater transparency to homeowners about what we can do to mitigate our risk and therefore reduce our rates. But we didn't really talk about refining the kind of zones and so forth on which those rates are based. So that's something we might want to talk about and bring that up. Lance, you've talked to the commissioner or insurance commissioner about that. Is that on his radar? And do you know if that's part of these bills?
I don't know if that's part of these bills. It's certainly on his radar.
Okay.
And I think that the difficulty is that insurance companies are giant and that it's ever less in their best interest to granulate their data and much better to aggregate their customers. So it's going to be a push at the legislative level. And because they're not just the state of Colorado, it's more of a across state boundaries push. It's going to be, as he put it, when he touched on that hail statistic at CCI, that's a fact, but then to figure out how to divorce hail from fire risk is a whole other challenge. So he's aware of it, but I don't know if this legislation is going to try to address it.
he didn't mention it. There were some other aspects of it that if anybody wants more information, I can go into. One of them was that the state would take on some of the risk from insurance companies, kind of, is that called reinsuring ourselves? I don't know, but somehow hopeful that that would, or self-insurance, I guess, with lower rates. Okay, let's keep going. I just want to mention that the Judge Jackson lunch was postponed to March 7th. Maura and I still plan to attend that. I attended the Behavioral Board of Health Advisory Panel meeting on the 31st, and they shared a memo from the CDC directing them to cease any and all DEI work, which was a little chilling. I have a copy of that if anybody would like to see it. And that's it. Time for lunch?
Almost. I have item, I think it's 12B, and it's very brief.
Oh, yes.
Great.
Boards and commissions.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
just wanted to revisit our discussion on this topic from, I think, 2 weeks ago, and ask for your approval of 2 proposed minor changes. The first one is for the Dolores NCA working group, and currently we have Galena as the primary and me as the alternate. Upon reflection, I realized that it might make more sense if there was a meeting about the potential future monument on the north end of the river, that Galena would jump in on that. And if the conversation was on the kind of current but stalled legislation that I've been working on, that I'd stay on that portion. And it's just a more natural division of that committee. Is that all right with you, Galena?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense
Great.
to me.
I'm not sure how to formalize that exactly, Carmen, but we're all in agreement, so good enough. The other one was Eco Action Partners. As you might recall, the request from my board members was for me to tender my resignation. I spoke with Eco Action leadership about that, and they were concerned and requested that I find a way to stay, because they feel that it's very important to have their funding partners involved directly and understand exactly what's going on at the grassroots, hands-on level. And that made sense to me. So what we agreed on was that they would cease asking for me to be more than a information conduit and not become an advocate, especially when it was in relation to a staff member's decisions at budget time. And they agreed to that. And with that, I'd like to request your permission to stay on the Eco Action Board within those guardrails.
I support that.
Yep, if you feel comfortable, I do as well.
Thank you. That's that.
I also did not bring this up when we initially went over these boards and committees, but I am actively engaging with the West End Vision Project.
Yeah.
I'll be attending the leadership meeting tomorrow morning in Nukla.
Great.
I don't know if that officially needs to be added to other outside boards, but it is, I am showing up as a representative of San Miguel County for those meetings and the planning and.
I think Carmen's making that notation.
Yes,
and
let's
we
add
got it.
that for sure.
Yeah.
And to that point, I think I should probably put on the Board of Health Advisory Board, Carmen, if you would.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, it's the Board of Health Advisory Panel that I sit on. So that is working with CDPHE on refining training practices for boards of health across the state. So I think I'm the only commissioner who sits on the Board of Health that's participating in that panel. A lot of them are other members of the public and so forth. So I think it's a good one. Will you, Carmen, make those changes and then re-email it out to this group, please?
Yeah.
Of course, I know you would do that even if I didn't ask you. Thank you. Great. Anything else? All right, those were our quick updates. Let's eat. We are going to pause this meeting, adjourn it. What are we doing exactly?
Recessing.
Recessing the meeting for lunch. We will have a quick lunch, returning at 12:45 for returning hours. Thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
Hello, San Miguel County. We are back from our lunch break, the Board of County Commissioners and staff, and we are ready to address item number 14, which is attorney matters. We have, well, first I guess we could start with an update if there is any from our county attorney.
I could defer that to after the executive session since we have two guests joining us for item B. So
Okay.
if we want to go ahead with that, then I can give my update at the end or I can give it now if you
Well,
prefer.
the only
but-
thing I'm thinking is because these are two executive sessions, that with no kind of anything after that on the agenda, that if anybody from the public is interested in your update, they'd have to find us again, kind of thing. But
Okay.
how long is your update?
It's short.
Let's do it.
Okay.
All right. Sorry to our guests.
No worries. I just have one quick update. Yesterday, I guess it was yesterday, I attended a webinar hosted by CTSI and Eric Zaporin, who's one of CTSI's approved CAP legal defense attorneys, regarding legal challenges under SB 217, which created claims against law enforcement under state law. The presentation was mostly an update on case law under SB 217 in state court. So they didn't really touch on federal law, which some of these cases do end up in federal court because they're partnered with federal claims, including one case that the county is dealing with at the moment. But just a little bit of background on the law. So it was enacted in 2020, created a state level cause of action against peace officers, provided for no immunity, and provides for attorney's fees only going towards the plaintiff party, not the other way. And if an officer is found criminally or civilly liable under the statute, it requires their post certification to be revoked. So that has been kind of the biggest impact on how these cases are being handled. And there's differences in when, if their certification has to be revoked permanently, that's for substantial bodily injury or death. And in other cases, it's a minimum of 1 year. So the takeaways from the presentation were some more in the legal weeds. One was that a recent Court of Appeals case from the state required that federal case law be applied to state use of force claims, and then that may be extended to other types of claims, and that's generally a good thing for the parties defending against these claims. Most of these cases are resulting in settlement, given that risk of revocation of the post certification, because many officers don't want to risk, losing their livelihood entirely. So settlement is how most of them are ending up. But some recent jury verdicts in cases out of Boulder and Denver County courts do indicate that maybe the anti-law enforcement environment seems to be improving. And we can look to the recent ballot measure that passed at the state level, providing for $350 million for law enforcement as maybe another sign of that. And that there's been, as a result of this law, perhaps there's been kind of some loss in personnel because of these risks. It's been difficult to staff positions. There is proposed legislation to alter SB 217 regarding reporting requirements to post, and a change to that requirement to revoke certification to instead make that discretionary instead of mandatory. So that would be a positive change on hopefully how these cases are playing out and the number of cases that are settled versus actually go to jury. That's all I
Great.
got.
Thank
on
you
the
very
update.
much for attending that and for the update. Okay. So now we are moving on to item 9B, or sorry, 9A. I'm sorry. Turn the page, Ann. 14B, executive session, San Miguel County Housing Authority, legal review and various issues. Would you like to lead this? Or no, I guess we need a motion to move.
So if you could start with the
Thank you.
I can give some background.
Thank you.
Thank you. So on July 10th of 2024, the Board of Commissioners met and were considering various changes to the land use code to put it into greater alignment with the current version of the deed restricted covenant. And at that time, our county attorney and our county housing authority attorney had issued legal opinions to the board, indicating that they felt that those were permissible. We received a letter from Shelley Duplain on behalf of Aldesaro subdivision, and subsequently some other members had approached the board and asked for an outside legal review of the legal opinions that have been given by Lois Major and Amy Markwell. I solicited for outside legal that had county attorney experience, but also significant experience with deed restricted properties, covenants, and land use codes. From that, I engaged with Michael Goldman, who was former La Plata County attorney in private practice, and presented him. Jared and I had worked on a list of questions as well, not just the questions that were proffered by Shelley and Aldesaro, but some additional ones relating to what the board could and could not legally do as far as amendments to land use codes, because we know that even within the same subdivision, we have deed restricted owners, which are under different sets of rules based on whether or not they were under the 1991 land use code, if they were on a previous version of the covenant, if they're on the most recent version of the covenant. And so I received that at the time. This was initiated by me at the direction of the board, because we didn't have a county attorney. We were in that vacancy time frame. And Lane Thomason had graciously agreed to act as our interim county attorney. Now she has kind of moved on to being the county housing authority attorney, and we're grateful for her service. I shared that opinion with Lane, and Lane reviewed it and made her own recommendations. But because it was so different than what our previous county housing authority and county attorney had given their legal opinion on, I was asked to solicit just one more. And so I engaged Lance Ingalls, who is a former Douglas County attorney, also in private practice, now in the Front Range, and he shared his legal opinion. So we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, and Maura may have her own additional, but we have numerous legal opinions, and they're not all the same. And so we didn't want to bring these to you asking for direction coming out of executive session. But first, we wanted to just let you hear from the various attorneys and I'd love for Jared, I know he was also in this with me and with Lane and with then Maura. I'd love for him to add the pieces I've forgotten. And then we'd like for the board in exec session to hear and be able to ask questions about this legal advice and legal interpretations, so that then at your next regular meeting on the 19th, you could have a more public discussion and potentially take directions on addressing the original concerns that were brought up by Shelley and Aldesaro.
Jared, would you like to add something?
I would just add that, as you know, we had an additional presentation on the state of the county deed restricted portfolio on September 11th of last year as well. That's when really we kind of pressed pause on the land use amendments that Mike mentioned. We said, hey, let's begin moving forward. We applied for the Prop 123 dollars so we could evaluate our land use code. So this is all kind of wrapped up in maybe the improvements we need to make moving forward, and maybe really understanding our legal posture. And now is a very apt time with the transition of an SMRHA director, so that we can set that kind of table moving forward to make sure we're moving consistently.
Okay, I have a question about what you said, Mike. Lane Thomason, hi Lane, I see you're online. Is she County Housing Authority Attorney or the San Miguel
She is the
Regional
county-
Housing Authority Attorney?
Your Housing Authority Attorney.
Okay,
SMRHA contracts with Balcom and Green out of
Okay.
Glenwood Springs for their outside legal attorney.
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So she replaced Lois
That's
Maker.
correct.
Okay, great. Is there any other background staff would like to provide before we go into executive session? I know we have one other matter of business that Commissioner Whitney and I need to take care of. We just want to acknowledge that, or I would like to acknowledge that the subject of the following executive session will involve certain legal issues regarding deed restricted properties within San Miguel County and the operation of certain covenants and restrictions. No specific action is being considered today and no decisions will be made. However, the discussion today may inform future proposals or actions that come before the BOCC. Thus, in the interest of transparency and to address any perceived conflict of interest, I have consulted with our county attorney, and she has advised me to disclose on the record that I am an owner of deed restricted property within San Miguel County and have entered into a covenant with the county for that property. I do not believe this will impact my ability to remain fair and impartial for purposes of today's executive session discussion.
And I also would like to disclose on the record that I am an owner of a deed restricted property within San Miguel County and have entered into a covenant with the county for that property. I don't believe this will impact my ability to remain fair and impartial for the purposes of today's executive session.
Okay, I am looking for a motion to go into executive session.
I move to go into executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024, Section B, in order to conference with outside legal counsel and the county attorney for purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions regarding the San Miguel County Housing Authority.
Do I have a second?
Second that motion.
Thank you. How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion carries. It is now 12:58 p.m. The board will adjourn into executive session. No written minutes will be made of the session and no decisions will be made.
And because the topic of this executive session is attorney-client privilege communication, I would ask that the recording be turned off.
The county attorney has recommended no further record to be kept of this executive session. We will now pause recording of this meeting and ask anybody other than those who should be in the executive session to be put into the waiting room. Is there anybody left?
We have a few folks.
We
to
do
put
have a
into the waiting room.
Okay.
Open up a break room
Okay.
and a breakout room, and the people that are supposed to be in it are gonna be asked to go into that room.
Okay, great. So,
You'll have to acknowledge, just for those purposes, you'll be asked to go into a break room. You will need to click to go into that room for those purposes.
okay, so those of you who are invited to the break room, please accept that kind invitation.
So Ramona, Ryan, Ashley, and Paige will be asking to go into the break room.
Okay.
And we have asked Kay Simonson, our planning director, because of the fact that she works on the land use code.
Do you have something to do with the land use code, Kay?
Summarize it.
All right, we'll wait just a
And
second.
thank you, Lance, for joining us. And thank you, Lane, for joining us.
And will Mr. Goldman also be here?
No,
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 okay.
and Lane had originally, her interpretation significantly aligned with Michael Goldman, so I thought that she could share her opinions. It was.
Perfect.
because Lane's had some, other opinions that I wanted him to join too.
The commissioners and I are still in meeting room 1. The other commissioners, is that?
Go ahead and leave the meeting.
Did you get prompted to?
I did not.
At the bottom right hand.
Oh, leave,
Oh, leave room. I'm doing that. Thank you. Leave breakout room.
don't leave the meeting.
Got it. Thanks, Nancy.
It'll pop back up. There she is. The time is now 2:51 and the executive session has concluded. Participants in the executive session included, should I list everybody?
You don't need to.
Okay, those of us who were here when the executive session started. During the executive session, we did not discuss any matter outside the scope of the stated purpose of the executive session, nor did we take any action. We received legal advice from our attorneys and gave staff and our attorneys direction to do additional research on these same legal questions. We will agendize public discussion at a date in the future once this additional research has been conducted and reviewed by the board. Okay, now we have a second executive session to
Take a 2-minute break.
Yeah, that's a
Get
good
water.
idea. Yeah, I think we should take a break. It is now 2:52. Can we come back at 3? Yeah, we're gonna come back at 3 o'clock. And everybody's nodding. Jared, that was a thumbs up. Okay, thank you. We'll be back at 3 o'clock. This one won't be as long. It is 3 o'clock and we are back in the regular Board of County Commissioners meeting, February 5th. We are now on item number 14C on our agenda, executive session to receive update on Paradox bankruptcy matter for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye as well. We will now go into executive session. And as I understand it, those of us intended to be in executive session will move into a breakout room. Okay, we're on our way.
And we will turn off the recording because this is attorney-client communication.
And no written minutes will be made of the session and no decisions will be made.
Don't know if we have to go into a breakout room. There's no one else.
But true, but anybody else could join.
Got it.
Jump in and are on YouTube.
We're breaking out.
Some board that was not broken out and ended up doing an executive session. We're on YouTube.
Oh my God.
Hey, I remember trying to tell you, right, leaving the Coda board live during an executive session. Never have so many people run down the stairs screaming, stop.
We're still waiting for our invite, right?
Yes.
Okay, no problem. Take your time. Do whatever you need to.
But I did it alone. They have to do that, that was in my room. I'm gonna put you in.
Just did.
Is this meeting is something I should go to?
No.
No.
The local emergency planning commission. They meet.
So go in your, on the bottom there where it says breakout room on your individual.
Shannon added me to this Google Docs.
And it'll
Me too.
say join.
I don't know what this is.
The time is 3:20 and the executive session has concluded. During that executive session, we just not discuss any matter outside the scope of the stated purpose, and nor did we take any action. We received legal advice from our attorney regarding the Paradox bankruptcy matter and have suggested that together with new counsel for this concern, we are continuing to pursue the back taxes owed to San Miguel County and other taxing jurisdictions. I believe that we have concluded the work of today's meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well. This meeting is adjourned at 3:21 PM. That was my gavel.